Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Well, that was a scene at takeoff earlier today, the Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. This is the 7th stop of the year, the final third of the season, and for that we are heading north in the state of New York. We love New York. We certainly love this place, the St. Lawrence River. What a fishery. Very much look forward to all season long. By these 90 anglers who are going out after it today and tomorrow. We'll cut the field down to 47. And Davey Hyde joins us here. Davey, it's always great here. The smallmouth fishing is terrific. There's always a little twist, always something different in the way it's won each and every year. I guess we don't know what that's going to be right now, but it's going to be fun finding out.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tommy. I don't know a single angler that has traveled up to Clayton, New York and fished the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario that didn't really enjoy it. You see the guys with sweatshirts on, with light jackets on. The fishing's great, the weather's great this time of year, and you're exactly right. And we'll get into it more today, but something's always a little different. Whether it's time of year, you know, we're here basically the same time of year we have been last year, exactly the same week, I think, but conditions are very different, Ronnie.
Yeah, and you know this very well, that every single winter time, that determines what the week is. You can go to the same week every year, but depending on the winter, it will change. Davey, as we take a look at our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year race, Brandon Palaniuk on top. We'll see him on live today, followed by John Cox and David Mullins. Brandon Lester, our recent winner, and then Drew Benton rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, I got to talk to quite a few of the anglers. Obviously, the 6 that we're going to have cameras with today, and some other anglers. The fishing is going to be great. We're always talking about that 100-pound maximum. Hopefully, we'll get to that one day with smallmouth. Don't know if it's going to happen this week, but we'll just wait and see.
And I'm not going to count out John Cox. When we go up north, everyone's like, well, it's Brandon Palaniuk's Angler of the Year to lose. That may be true, but John Cox has done very well doing it his way here at the St. Lawrence River as we go out live to Brandon Palaniuk.
Palaniuk again, our leader. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points and an 18-point advantage over John Cox. Of course, he won here already back in 2013.
My conditions being a little different, seeing Brandon Palaniuk starting shallow is very unusual.
We tried to get him to give the goods on the Bassmaster podcast the other day, and I said, we always see you fishing deeper. Do you ever, maybe when we're not seeing you on camera, fish up shallow? And he said, I like to poke around and do it, and I know that if you can steal some fish shallow early in the event, keeps pressure off some of your deep stuff, maybe allows you to break 20-plus pounds each day.
Yeah, talking to the anglers and knowing, fishing up there quite a bit, it's always different, like we've already mentioned, but I always enjoyed it better when you had some fish shallow, you had some fish that were out deep. I mean, I think this week we will see fish being caught from 5 feet to 35 feet deep. So you get to fish your strengths. There's some anglers that really do like to fish primarily shallow. Bernie Schultz, Clark Winlet kind of come to mind. Brandon, not one of those, but he's doing that this morning and has had a good start.
Fished in the past, but that I haven't been able to fish since 2018 because Canada's been closed. So it's kind of nice to be able to fish over here again. We've got, I wouldn't say a great start. We've got a start. I mean, a lot of other lakes, I'd say we had a really good start, but knowing what this place is capable of, I'm not pleased with that. I've really only got one that would be okay to take to the weigh-ins if we caught a couple 5-pounders to go with it. So we got a lot of work to do, but we've got a lot of time too. It looks like we got more company also. Probably one of the Johnston brothers, if I wasn't guessing. I'm gonna leave this group. There's actually another group up here that I don't want them to jump to. But it looks like they're gonna stop and fish. Can't tell who it is. Cory? Yeah, it's Cory. Not surprised.
Jason Christie was our early leader with a limit of 16 pounds. Austin Felix with 4 fish for 18 pounds, and Shane has taken over.
This was the catch earlier. Brandon's mentioning, you know, that 4-pounder, that close to 4-pounder that he thinks he has in the live well that you wouldn't mind taking in. But David, we see it every year. The guys who have a chance to win on the final day, unless you catch a giant bag, they separate themselves day 1 through 3 with if 4-pounders are the average, they're catching 4 1/4 to 4 1/2.
It's getting too hot.
It's a very difficult thing to dial in. That's why a couple guys are really good at it.
Yeah, and if you think about that, well, it's a 4-pounder or a 4 1/2-pounder, but you multiply that by 20 fish, 4 days, a half a pound per fish, that's 10 pounds. That is Mount Everest on the St. Lawrence River.
Well, as we watch our Angler of the Year leader labor on right there, trying to hold on to that lead, and he's a good bet to do that here, but you never know. Thanks for being with us this morning. Can't wait to bring you the next 7 hours worth of Bassmaster Live coming to you from the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. The great Davey Height, the Hall of Famer, former Classic champion, 2-time Angler of the Year with us. Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon as well. And Davey, this is one of the most, people say this may be the best fishery to go to. I think the folks at Lake Fork, Santee Cooper, et cetera, would have something to say about that, but you cannot deny the greatness of this place.
You're exactly right, and I love all those places you mentioned, but this time of year, the month of July and August, it is certainly my favorite place to be.
Davey, Tommy, I'm really excited about this week. Even though all of the anglers had a rough practice with the weather, I think that allows them not to maybe put as much pressure on some of these places. And we're going to see guys come out of nowhere because they relocate schools of fish or they find fish they weren't able to reach because winds light and variable or calm at Ontario and St. Lawrence don't come around often. So we'll enjoy the next couple days of action.
They're going to kind of switch halfway through this and be coming from the south. It doesn't take a whole lot of wind blowing from the south to make things a little wild and rough and ready out there on Lake Ontario anyway.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and I hope we see a little bit of that. I don't want it to be dangerous for anyone, but I hope we see a little bit of that. That's always fun.
Always makes it a lot of fun. Again, we got 7 hours coming your way here on Bassmaster Live from the fantastic St. Lawrence. We're part of the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is about 2,000 miles, starting all the way to the west, Lake Superior, Duluth, Minnesota, and man, oh man, goes all the way to the Atlantic Ocean.
It's funny you say that, Davey, because I called all the anglers that are on live today after you called them yesterday, and I said, Davey wishes it would blow. How do you feel about that? And they didn't like that.
Oh, I bet they didn't like me at all for saying that. But it's interesting because it's usually, now we do have a great forecast for the next 4 days, but it's usually a big part of being able to win here. It's being able to navigate those rough waters, 4 and 5 foot waves with only like 12 to 15 mile an hour winds. It can be interesting, and I think that's all part of being able to hold that blue trophy over your head. You have to do a lot of things during 4 days, and being able to navigate and get to your fish and back and bring them to the scales is certainly part of it.
And now with his second 5-pounder, Jacob Fouts has taken the lead. It's over 20 pounds.
He's on the right size, no doubt about it. 2 5-pounders this early in the day.
One's a 5'10".
Good shot of some fish there on Taku's forward-facing sonar. I talked to Taku quite a bit yesterday. That was interesting in the Atlanta airport, talking to Taku and Clayton, New York. And he said, and you saw right there was obviously three fish there right in front of him. He said, you can tell the fish have been pressured more than last year. He said they were a lot easier to get the bite when you saw them than they seem to be now.
That's one thing that we know the lake's going to factor for sure, but we're going to see more people fish the lake than we've ever seen before. You know, we had half the lake in play, a little more than half the lake, with only New York in play in 2020, and then all the other years coming out of Waddington. That's a long drive to get to the lake for some guys. with it being in Clayton this year and both Canada and New York in play, we'd expect to see a lot more of those areas that had one angler on them maybe have multiple in the vicinity.
About 2 dozen out there right now, Ronnie.
So there's still COVID protocol in Canada and being able to be there. You can fish, the anglers can fish, they can travel through, but there's a list of things they cannot do. Go on shore is one. They cannot get gas on the Canadian side. They cannot anchor, which means even a shallow water anchor, which is Talons, Raptors, power poles, they cannot use them over on the Canadian side.
Oh, I'd be like, sir, it's 6.5 feet deep and mine only goes 6. I promise I'm not touching it. I'll bump them up a little.
Well, you can't slip by that by
You
Lisa.
already tipped your hand, Ronnie. It's
Yeah.
not going to
Monty's.
work.
Well, you know.
Thought he had it.
If you don't know who this hooded angler is, it is Mike Huff, one of the 2 Huffs on tour. Not
Man, I need
related,
to-
but Mike Huff from Corbin,
Need a
Kentucky.
flogger.
Even though he's from Kentucky, Dave, he's never been outside the top 50 here in all of his years at
Wow.
St. Lawrence.
Pretty remarkable. This is one of his 2 he has already earlier today that you're watching on the left there.
He's looking at a fish here, obviously, either a
Been
fry
good. Just
garter
pulled
or
up and
one
caught
on the
a few
bed.
keepers and found one on a bed here. I didn't even know it was here. It's a pretty good one, so it's been good so far. Just got to get some bigger ones. I left my flogger in Kentucky, which was a big mistake. Let's come back to him when it's calmer.
3 cuts made this year for Mike Huff. His best was a 15th place at Pickwick Lake, so he's got a little bit of momentum as we head into the final 3 tournaments.
As you mentioned, Ronnie, he's had good tournaments here in the past, but he said he's normally fishes the river. He tried to make the lake work this time because of the accessibility there, but just could not do it, and he plans on fishing in the river. A lot of anglers that are doing that don't think that maybe they can win, but you've got to. There's some tournaments where you don't have, the winning pattern, but you need to have a good finish. Always looking towards qualifying for the Bassmaster Classic.
And Tommy, for Mike Huff, he's sitting 56th in the Angler of the Year points race for the Classic Hunt, and that line is roughly around 43 right now with how many double qualifiers we have. If all of those Opens winners like Kenta, Lester, and Livesey stay in the top, in the cut, they will keep it bumped down to where it's at, but only 30 points separating him from the Classic line, which is 13 people. That's how tight it is. You could go down to 70th and still only be 50 points behind the Classic cut line with 3 events left, which is, it's going to be a tight race.
Leave Mike Huff for right now. Again, he's got 2 in the boat, 2 keepers. Palaniuk, Cory Johnston. Closer, I think, than it would appear on that map, as I understand it. I think there's our Humminbird bird's eye view. Yeah, you can see they are much closer than that.
Yeah, you see Cory Johnston and Brandon Palaniuk. I think Palaniuk was there a little earlier, caught that 4-pounder, maybe a little more. Talking to Cory last night, he said, I'm going to run before I get to the lake and stop on a place there's a 4 or 4.5 pounder that would be real easy to catch, and it might be the one that Palaniuk's got. Oh, wow.
Brandon Palaniuk hooked up. Look at that.
They're everywhere.
Beautiful. Look at them.
Oh, my gosh.
Trail in there. Come on, baby. Come on.
That's a great footage there.
want to catch them other two too. This is when it needs to be a team derb. Let's land this one first and then we'll worry about it. It's crazy when you look at them like that, they don't look as big, and then you get them in your hand, you'll be like, oh gosh, that's a good one. Yeah, swim out here. You guys go back up there. Out of the grass, out of the grass, out of the grass. Away from the grass. There's mussels on the grass. Come on, keep your head up. That other one actually might be bigger.
That hummingbird bird's eye view is absolutely amazing there right now.
Come on. They're so strong. They're nothing, I mean, they're meat nuggets. What else are you gonna call them? They're meat nuggets. Original Ternity of the meat nugget right here. Oh, come here. Come here. You're gonna come to this other side. You're gonna come to this other side. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. The photographers will thank you for it. Come on. Gosh, those other ones are just sitting there like, hey, please catch me. Please catch me. Please catch me. I like when they get under the boat because they can't jump. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. You're here. You're here. You're here. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're so close. You're so close. You're so close. You're so close. Told you how they get bigger in your hand. Oh, St. Lawrence sand slaunch right there.
Nice job.
Oh, St. Lawrence sand slaunch. Yes. New little VMC red line hook that drops next week. Getting the job done. That's more of the style right there, huh? The nice part is there's two more that look just like her. Two more little clones up there. I mean, that's just good for your soul right there. 5-pounder.
Wow.
That right there will cure mental health. If there's any mental health problems, you just go do that right there, and you'll be a happy camper.
Davey, he doesn't need any of those boulder beasts as he catch in all the other years. He could catch some of those sand slaunches as he's deemed them. So
They're like,
It's already got a name
good
for
start.
him.
Yeah.
Those other two were just as big as the one he put in the boat.
Exactly.
okay, well, where are you?
That was great to watch right
Are you
there.
under my boat somewhere? I know you like to hide in the shade. Come to Papi, yeah? Where are you at? Come here, you little sand.
I don't know how we can cover a catch any better than that, other than strap a camera to the fish's head.
Yeah, that-
you know, I think that's as good as it gets right there. Just a hummingbird bird's eye view, and somebody who's on everybody's radar coming here, Brandon Palaniuk, for so many reasons. Be with him all day long. That's good news. He and 5 other anglers, we're going to have a great time today on Bassmaster Live. There's your leaderboard right now. Austin Felix, former Rookie of the Year. Jacob Fouts, gunning for Rookie of the Year this year. You're both over 20 pounds so far. That is an auspicious start very early on this day of fishing. 8 hours of fishing for these anglers. About 3 o'clock local time, we will start the weigh-in, but that's a long way away. There's so much on the way. Can't wait to come back and get right back into it on the St. Lawrence. Competition on day 1 of this Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River, the mighty St. Lawrence River, a big, complicated place. All the water from the entire Great Lakes watershed has to go through here to get out to the Atlantic Ocean. That makes it for a lot of opportunities. The fact that it's just a fishery that seems to get better and better for the past 12 years anyway. Strictly speaking, smallmouth makes it a tremendous, tremendous destination and test for these guys. TH Marine Weather Watch. Currently 66 degrees, just perfect weather out there today. We've been down in the 50s at night, up near high 70s and 80s during the day. The winds coming out of the north, which, Davey, is the favorable for people fishing on the lake. Favorable direction, right?
Absolutely, but the low winds like we have right now is most favorable. But like you say, the direction out north is certainly the best. This view right here is absolutely incredible. If you're just joining us, that last segment was incredible. You can learn so much by seeing what these anglers are actually fishing, looking at that clear water and seeing the mixture of grass and boulders and the contour changes.
Get out to Taku Ito. What a final day last year. 26 pounds after starting his tournament with 17 on day one to reach a 90-pound total weight and win for the first time on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Looks like Taku was fizzing the fish there. He's fishing a little deeper than Brandon Palaniuk that we saw, obviously. Just fishing, looked like about 5 feet deep.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Tell me how you're doing this morning.
Okay. Today I try to feeding fish, but no feeding fish. All fish so very strong now. So but I have a secret scent, easy to bite. Yeah, so this year I use this one, white powder. It's crazy working good. So I put on the bait and the white powder, easy bite. Yeah, so I don't know why, so I use the white powder, the fish, so no thinking, fish no think, easy bite. Bite. So my secret powder working good. Smallmouth love my white powder. Taku likes too. So this white powder, very nice smell. I like it.
I'll have to admit, talking with Taku yesterday about his white powder was a little interesting. Like I said, I was on the phone with him when I was in the Atlanta airport.
Yep.
Yes, it does. And I knew of this. I've talked to him a little bit before about it, but he gave me the okay, and he said we'd talk about it a little bit today on live.
Okay.
It's a fish attractant that he really believes in, and he called it his juice, but it's a powder. So I don't know how it's your juice and a powder, but he really does believe in it, and he says it has helped him here this week. That these fish were, you could tell they'd been pressured and weren't as aggressive as they had been, especially last year for him. Mm-hmm. And I thought maybe it was packaged or something. He just got it in a Ziploc bag. That's a little surprising. He might.
So you don't know the origins of it, or
maybe
anything.
He shouldn't go over in Canada with the white powder in the bag. I'm just saying.
Got some crushed up Alka-Seltzer in that bag or something.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how the white powder works out for Taku this week. So far, so good.
Taku Ito, one of two internationals who've won the last two visits from the Bassmaster Elite Series here to the St. Lawrence River. The other one, this man right here, 2020 champion Cory Johnston.
And it's his birthday today, Tommy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Happy
what a birthday week to be fishing on a body of water you love and cherish and have never been out of the top 5 in.
See them down there? That's a good one. 16 feet, he's on the bottom. There is a bunch of them. A little bigger than I thought. Yeah.
Ronnie, you mentioned him never finishing outside the top 5 here. That's absolutely incredible. I don't care how good you are, how much knowledge you have of a fishery. To come here with the Bassmaster Elites and stay inside the top 5 every single time is absolutely incredible.
I don't think he's 4.
And I think that goes for the Open here last fall as well. He may have been 6th or 7th, but I swear he was in the top 5 there as well. But the 3 Elites, 19, 20, 21, and then last fall for the Open that his brother won.
That's keeper number 3 for Cory Johnston, probably the pre-tournament favorite consensus.
Nailed it, Ronnie.
That one looked to be the right size, close to 4 pounds. He's got 2 more of the right size. We're taking a look at these earlier catches right now on the left. And a miss as well.
Number 2. Solid. Not a bad start.
The fish are bigger. Seems like every year, maybe not so much this year because a lot of these fish are just immediate post-spawn, but the frames seem to get bigger. Might not be quite as fat, but I guess the cameras and the camera crew that we have is so phenomenal, but these pictures are just, these fish are beautiful, this water is beautiful, the vegetation you see around, especially around Palaniuk, was just gorgeous.
Like you mentioned before, with these fish being maybe immediate post-spawn, but also some fish still spawning from, we'll see that from June when the season opens until, probably early August, you could find fish shallow that you could assume were on bed. But we also have a conservation aspect of it. When you have tournaments in June up there, we had a Bass Nation regional at the St. Lawrence River, only a 4-fish limit to try to minimize the impact when it comes to that time of the year when a lot of them are on bed. But now that we're into July, it's a little bit different and fish are more spread out. We'll see them out in the lake deeper. We'll see them spawning in the lake maybe longer than they do in the river or vice versa, certain places. Fish all the way in Messina, that's 100 miles away from some of these other places, and they'll act differently than they do at the mouth of the river.
Yep, absolutely. Even on small man-made reservoirs, you'll have different sections of the lake, different, times of the, even though the same time of the year, seasonal patterns. Some will be pre-spawn, some will actually be spawning. But when you talk about a 100-mile stretch of a body of water like this, it's night and day.
Well, they're being stingy.
19th place, Cory Johnston. We're here to Brandon Palaniuk, hanging around.
I got one of them.
Edges at the top 10 for all morning long.
I didn't get the biggest one, but I got one. He'll help the cause. There's the big one. Oh gosh, there's 2 now. They just show up out of nowhere. Oh, there's another one. Look at them all swimming down there.
Interesting to see this tournament unfold over 4 days with.
Gosh, is that not cool?
You can already tell anglers are fishing closer to one another than usually when they stretch out all along the St. Lawrence River there and then a handful in the lake. It seems to be grouped up anglers more so this morning than in the past.
Princess.
And these places can't take that kind of pressure for 4 days.
Now you're gonna go to that side?
That's why I think you see some of those guys, we were talking about that in the pre-show, some of these guys who know everything about the St. Lawrence River in Ontario can go to those common areas and pick them off now and keep their main stuff for later. We see that at Pickwick with Community Hole. You save your juice and go fish known stuff.
Get this fly in
Can work both ways there, though. You try to save your juice and you go there. There's 2 anglers that have been there for 3 days. It's a gamble.
And they say, surprised you didn't show up here. They were biting early.
Should have been here yesterday. Story of my life.
I feel like Bill Dance right now. I'm just sitting in my seat, catching bass. Hey. Gosh, look at that one behind him. Man. See how much longer that other one is? You know it's just as thick. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I wanna catch your buddy so I can call out my 2-pounder. I need to catch you first, though. Oh, gosh, I hate fighting them this long because they're just digging bigger holes. Put a little pressure on her here. They actually fight. They don't fight as hard, like they don't dig as hard if you don't put as much pressure on them. If you just take your time, they'll kind of just ease in. You like really start digging on them, they start digging back. It's like they got such a bad attitude. It's like a tug of war for them. He said, I'm gonna win. I said, no, I'm gonna win. He said, no, watch me, I'm gonna win. I run to the other side of the lake. Come on. Yeah, you're not a 5-pounder, but you're probably a 4-pounder. There we go. Gosh, you're not nearly as big as I thought you were. I mean, it's a decent one, but I thought he was bigger than that, maybe. Oh, look at, I mean, he got that. He wasn't coming off. He wasn't coming off. Got red as tail, it just got done spawning. Come on. What was it, 4 1/4? Okay. 4 1/4 pounder. Oh, my battery's dying.
We're going by, so thought we'd make a quick little stop. I figured he's probably about 3.5. Not giant.
Cory Johnston.
You don't get many days like this on Lake Ontario. This calm and clear. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Might be a 4-pounder. Come on.
If you love bass fishing, or if you've never bass fished, this is great stuff right here. Going from Brandon Palaniuk catching a 4-pounder straight to Cory Johnston.
Give up. Number 1. Not a bad start. Let's go get another one.
Number 1,
Not
he's caught other fish, but that's
Yes.
the right size.
Yes.
That's the one that he plans to take to the scale.
Number 1 he's happy with.
Yeah.
Barely a ripple on the water, that clear, beautiful water, giant smallmouth swimming around. You're right, David. This is the idealist's look at bass fishing. This is the best of the world of bass fishing right now. Look at Austin Felix and Jacob Fouts up on top of the leaderboard right now. Jacob Fouts coming off a lot of momentum from our last event, Lake Pickwick. He was part of the conversation just about all the way through that thing, proving that he really belongs out here. A fantastic rookie, tied with a former Rookie of the Year at the top. We got plenty more to come from the St. Lawrence.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Things are perking right along. That's the understatement of the day here. The St. Lawrence is always a place where you come to overachieve. We're seeing plenty of that today by our 90 anglers out here on day one of 4 days of competition on this incredible waterway. Spent a lot of time with Cory Johnston this morning. Certainly got to be the favorite. Lists this as his home waters, as a matter of fact, even though he's not right from here in the neighborhood. And his brother Cory Johnston says, well, it's not my home waters, but it's my favorite place to fish. That's pretty solid. It's not good news for everyone else in here. Cory Johnston, who has made the top 10 3 out of the 4 times, and that first time he fished here, he had mechanical issues when he was really sort of riding high in that one as well. So definitely another force to watch out for here is Cory Johnston.
Yeah, that event, he told me he was very upset about that, and it gives him more incentive to do well here when he comes back.
Cory was bobbing around right on the top last year as well until Taku Ito had that fantastic final day.
And they had that weird system, not weird because it works out for them, but Chris and Cory often share areas, info, and because of his one day where he found a couple extra shallow bedding smallmouth, Chris said, well, I'm going to give you my juice here then, because out of us two, you might have the best chance to win. And the weather got really bad. It did not work out for either one of them, and they both finished 4th and 5th instead of 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, Cory was 88 pounds even. Ito won with 90 even. And Cory told me he missed a couple 5-pounders and couldn't get him to bite that he could have made the difference. Came in with his smallest bag on day 4, like 19 pounds.
Tommy, I never got confirmation if Jake Latondras was able to take home Taku Ito's boat. Remember when he said with about 5 minutes left to ride?
Yeah.
I think you have 26 even, and we were like, wow, he thinks he's that much, and then it was 26 even, and he gets the boat. So we'll have to ask Taku and Latondras and Jake about that.
Micah Frazier on the right, the champion here in 2019. Now Micah on the lower right.
Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, no, don't turn this way. Gosh, look at all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, look at him.
I'm gonna swim over and eat it. Oh, he spun on it. He's spinning all over it. Get it. Oh. It's one of the smaller ones anyways. Oh my gosh, there's one to our left. There's another one in front of us. We're surrounded. We're surrounded. That's the biggest one right there, though. Oh, go, go, go. Oh, she bit it. She missed it. She bit it. Gosh dang it. I set the hook too early. Come on, bite again, bite again. Bite again, bite again. Oh, she's going.
She's headed after it.
She's going. Get it, please. Get it. Oh, she didn't get it. Go get it, go get it. No. No. Don't do that. Oh, turn back. I like it. I like it. I like the action. I like the tail kick. Got her. Oh, I love you. I love you. I do.
That's great stuff there.
Yes, ma'am, I do. I mean, does it get any better? Does it get any better than that? I mean, the play-by-play. She says, peace. Hey, you're not a tuna, you're a smallmouth. You're a freshwater tuna, I know. little sand. I'm liking it. That's my new name for him, the old sand squatch. I like how I just picked out the biggest one and she actually bit. It's not the biggest one up here, but it was the biggest one around our boat at the time. Hey, 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 grass, no. No grass, thank you, come back. Back to the sand, back to the sand. Back to the sand, back to the sand. I mean, that'll definitely pull a 2.5 pounder. Come on. I need you, Tiff needs you, baby Cora needs you, and Kyle needs you. He needs upgraded snacks. Turn, turn, there you go. Making progress, making progress. Stay just like that, stay just like that. Nope, you didn't stay just like that. You didn't listen. Look how thick that one is. Oh, that's a wide one. That's a wide one.
Wow.
Yep, that's a big one.
5 pounder, isn't it?
It's like a giant tilapia.
I like when they just stay like that. It's like, I got him. I got him. Mm-hmm. I'll definitely cold 2.5. That's a 5 pounder. No, that's a fantastic call.
Brandon mentioned the new VMC red line hook. He certainly put it to the test this morning, hasn't he?
I don't think they're saving in there.
But you see, like I mentioned, there's several boats around him. In years past, you'd see an angler like this. Even Taku last year.
You didn't get my
No other anglers right around him. So we'll see how this unfolds later in the day and as the weekend progresses.
Same story for the second place Atkins last year.
Yes.
Nobody.
I should have taken this out since it's not going to be rough. I think that's number 2. Yeah, bud.
Yeah, that's a call.
That's a nice call.
That's a call.
How's that? Oh, you swollen. I think that's one of the other ones we saw when we were fighting. I was like, oh, those ones are just a little bigger. I wish my scale was working so I could know exactly how much we had. Kind of. That was the coolest one. Yeah. Could you see him on camera even? Yeah, that's so wild. Because you guys run polarizers, huh?
Got a little bonus coverage of our leader, Austin Felix on the right there.
That felt good.
Another one of our top echelon, not only anglers, but smallmouth anglers. Definitely one who's made a couple top 10s here before.
Different look there. Little chop on the water where Austin's at. Actually, a fair amount of chop.
Man.
Yeah, he's been out in the lake, Davey, and that fish will get Palaniuk almost 23 pounds.
Wow.
And the lead.
Because it was ripping. The weather was not friendly. But I was just able to see him. That right there is what she bit. A little X-Zone hot shot minnow. Throwing it in two of my favorite X-Zone colors. Green pumpkin blue, and then this top one is Big Limit. That's what I've been catching them on all morning. Every one of them we've caught so far. Been on those two. Kyle's missing shots, so we gotta hit our GoPro.
Brandon is catching a big bag, doing play-by-play, talking about camera polarizers, and then keeping his own cameraman on point for missing shots.
They told Dave Mercer he's going to be hosting the weigh-in as well. I mean, that seems like the natural progression.
Well, he just needs to focus on counting to 5 and making sure he calls every time as a St. Lawrence River. He's done it before, and we'll rag him every time for it.
I don't know how.
Usually does well when he miscounts, Ronnie.
Yeah. Never lost when he's had a culling infraction.
Yeah, gladly.
You mentioned that, Ronnie.
Do that again.
And Tommy, it's interesting to see the anglers. That's what Brandon. He wants all that going on. He wants to have his mind going on all these different things. Some anglers, get quiet and don't want any distractions. But this is how Brandon fishes all day, every day.
That's a great point. Doesn't matter whether he's here at Rayburn or Santee Cooper. He's the same guy. He's like talking us through it, and
it's the controlled chaos factor. But that's the new school nature of what you got to do. I mean, back in the day, Brandon Palaniuk catching them would have spoke for itself. But now you have to catch them and be your own spokesperson to the world, because so many people are fishing these days. It gets so saturated. You have to make yourself different, and that's why he has kind of been an innovator at that since he's been on the elites.
Yeah, he's talking about his hooks, his baits, and all that. Even, this sport's a lot older than just 15 or 20 years, but 20 years ago, be hiding those baits.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't let you see them until
Different
maybe
mindset.
Sunday after weigh-in, if you're lucky.
Yeah, unless they weighed in first and they put it on the trailer and they're headed down the road.
Yeah, just not all that long ago, really, just 15 or 20 years ago. You might get to see that bait.
2018 even.
Yeah.
2017 even.
Steve Kennedy still does it. Come on.
Brandon's been out here 12 years, believe it or not, former Bass Nation champ, former Progressive Angler of the Year for 2017. 5 wins with the elites.
Now, how deep was that, Davey? With the shadow of the fish, it looked 2 to 3 feet at times.
It's probably 5. It's deeper than it looks, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking. Put that in as a 5 1/4. He's up to 23 even.
Wow.
He's got a 312 as a small, a couple 4.5 pounders.
Yeah, we mentioned all those things, and then, oh, by the way, the last event, he had a baby that was about to be born any second, too. I mean, it's just...
He finishes
what
7th.
makes-
How about the baby holds off the entire tournament. He makes the 31-hour drive in 2 hours from getting there. She has the baby. I mean, if you...
Again, you said it, Davey. What is someone who's never seen bass fishing before watching what Brandon Palaniuk's doing? You're thinking, man, oh man, this is the best video game ever.
Yeah, and I can't believe my husband has taken me all those times, and we never see one like this.
It's incredible to watch with Brandon Palaniuk as he takes over the lead here on the St. Lawrence.
What And the good part, we saw him make three different casts to that fish. That's incredible.
Champion back in 2013. He sits atop the leaderboard right now. Brandon Palaniuk with 23 pounds. We're not even close to the halfway point of this first day of fishing yet. Look at what's going on out there.
Every single event. He's been here for every St. Lawrence Elite event except for one of them, and he's never finished worse than 19th. Brandon Palaniuk, no surprise that he's at the top of our leaderboard early in this event.
Taking down through the leaderboard a little bit right there. David Mullins, another person folks we're looking at to do very, very well here. Jeff Gustafson down in the top 30. We got plenty more guys to watch. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, we are getting ready to rock and roll here at the St. Lawrence River. This is by far one of my favorite places in the entire world to fish. That includes Lake Ontario, but this eastern basin of Lake Ontario, Thousand Islands area, is just incredible. It's full of giant smallmouth. It's got some giant largemouth in it, and it's just beautiful. I'm looking forward to it. Practice when I launched the boat the first day, and I just started idling out of the marina, and I just saw the clear water. This bait is going to be in my hand for the majority of the day. When you guys see me fishing, the X-Zone Hot Shot Minnow has been the key for me. It doesn't matter if it's shallow, deep, dropping on them. That thing has been deadly on a drop shot this week. Hopefully you guys get to see a bunch of 5-pounders get reeled in on it. Leading AOY right now. We know coming into this event that we're already leading. It's a good place to be in, right? You don't have ground to make up. You have the lead. Now we just got to keep it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, everybody just catching them.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Brandon Palaniuk. Pretty good position to be in, leading a Progressive Angler of the Year, leading the tournament here. Early on, though, we will say that early on, 4 days of fishing here. The Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's, a guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite on the St. John's River. What a gorgeous place, what a great destination for this time of year. People down here where all of yours truly and the rest of the guys in the studio would give anything to be up there right now, but it's fun to sit here and watch it. We got plenty more on the way. We take you through the leaderboard. Toby Krieger having a good start today. Mike Iaconelli. Everyone looking to him to
have
engineer some kind of
yes.
salvaging on his season here. It could be here. Could happen here.
We got to remember he did qualify through the Opens last season, through the Northern Division, which was the final event here was at the St. Lawrence. Got a 33rd for Iaconelli in this event. Just a little later, September. If we really wanted to break 100, no doubt September's probably the time because it was about 78 pounds for 3 days with one more day to go, and they probably would have broke 100.
Here's an Opens champ from here on the St. Lawrence River, Cory Johnston. Recently notched that victory up here. And again, our Humminbird bird's eye view is just like
unreal.
It's like that new Hubble telescope replacement that they put up with these fantastic pictures. We're getting a treat here.
Someone said you can see the space so clearly through the telescope, yet we still have blurry photos of houses for sale on the internet. And how does that work? But we get great visuals here in the Humminbird.
Yeah, we're on the right side of that deal today, for sure.
Yeah, 3 billion years ago in focus, and 10 feet security cameras are out of
perfect
focus.
Pictures of dinosaurs.
Cory told me 100 is possible. Conditions have to be just exactly right, but they've done it. They've done 3 days over 75 pounds on pace.
You see the fish come out from under his boat, the whole 9 yards. It's really incredible. Come on.
Not even big. There's another one down there. Quick.
Dave, you can only have one rod, one bait in use at one time for the Elite Series, and you could see him during that fish catch getting rods ready so he wouldn't have to re-rig or refix his bait and just try to get after another one. Like Brandon was saying, you know, if it was a team tournament, you could catch 2 at a time, but these guys got to kind of make preparations during the catch for the next catch.
Yeah, I noticed that when he was moving his rods, I thought they're not really in the way, and I said he's getting ready. There's another one with it. He's getting his rods ready while he's got one on to be able to make that quick cast to the other one.
Exactly waiting for the right ones to show up. Let's get back out to Mike Huff.
like Huff. And fishing in the river, most of the catches we've seen so far this morning have been at least in the mouth of Lake Ontario, but he's well within the river there, probably Morristown or so.
A little better one. I think I set the hook as soon as he hit it, and he just swallowed it. Right. Pretty one. Good 3.5 pounder.
Mike Huff had a top 10 finish at St. Clair his first year out here.
Getting a little bigger.
2019. He knows his way around the smallmouth.
Davey, you were mentioning where he kind of, was on our map and whatnot, what areas.
Skeeter boats, big fish alert here. Kenta Kimura, 4.5 pounder.
Kimura's having a great year. Not only an Opens winner, doing great in the Angler of the Year race, and also just made a top 10 at Oneida last week for the Northern Open. But you were talking about areas these guys were in, and we've really shifted from talking about anglers near Waddington, especially shallow anglers that always make the run and go to Waddington or stay close. And then we talk about the guys going to the lake or fishing at the mouth of the river and the lake. This Ogdensburg region hasn't played in a few years with like as many guys, and I wonder if there's a reason for that. Some people said that maybe it will play this year because fish spawn there a little earlier. Maybe they're going to be out and filled back up, a bigger sized fish. We'll see if that mid-river region starts to factor again.
Yeah, like the 15 and 17 tournament, that's where it was going down.
And then I think even Micah Frazier's victory in 19 was around there. I think a couple of top 10 guys were in that, like across the river from each other. And
boy, looks like a really good fish here for Cory Johnston. Come on.
Godly pull. I don't even think he's that big.
And they're using lighter tackle, but one thing I've noticed early on with Cory and Chris, once they made it to the Bassmaster Elites, when we went up north, they don't play around with these fish. They put a lot of pressure on them. It's taken a while, but it's not because he's got a 2-pound drag set. They put the maximum amount of pressure.
Keeping it tight.
Yes.
it is amazing how long it takes you to land one in 3 feet of water. It's the same amount of time it takes you to land one in 45 feet of water, maybe even longer.
Yes.
Come on.
Remember last year we commenting on Cory really horsing them in, got in the boat pretty fast last year, I thought.
That's why I mentioned they put a lot of pressure. You can even tell the difference in Taku now when he has got a fish on up there, a smallmouth. The first year we had a camera on him, it would take him forever. They'd be jumping 20 yards on the backside of the boat, but these guys are putting more pressure on them than you think. They're just that strong.
Still not the ones we're after. Solid ones, but not big ones.
In Such, we saw a quick catch by Cory last year, per fish. With the flogger, it's a little bit different. You could be right on top of that fish. It might be a little deeper. You drop right on it. You got a lot less line out. You're not fish casting around to them. It's right there. You hook them, and they're already at the side of the boat, and you can kind of just muscle them for just a moment and grab them. That first muscle you do when they're 50 feet is the same as you do at the boat, and boom, they're in your hand.
Cory now into the top 30 with that catch right there. Still kind of playing catch up. You'd expect him to be right near the top at the end of the day, but we shall see.
Yeah, certainly not where he wants to be right now.
No.
Boy, a couple guys really fighting for their classic life. Clark Wendlandt is in our top 10. He started the week 54th in AOY, but he's 6th right now. And Scott Martin was right on the bubble at 40th. He's in 4th place. This was the start of his really rough stretch last year. He was 82nd at St. Lawrence. He was really well inside the classic cut, like in the teens, I think. In his last 2 events, he got on the bubble back near 40th, and then he finally made it with the double qualifier.
One of those was at Champlain, where he's won about $600,000 over the years, and
very surprising. Yeah, he
didn't do so hot.
A rough northern swing last year for Scott Martin, but he is up to 18.5 today in 4th place.
This 4-box right here, there's 4 guys that have caught some smallmouth here and there.
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid 4-box right there.
Those are chalk guys there for sure.
All of these anglers have pulled the trolling motor up for the final time on the final day of a St. Lawrence event. The next thing they held were fish up and then a trophy.
Yeah.
All of them are champions. We have 2021 top left, 2013 top right. We have 2021 Opens bottom left, and 2019 Elites bottom right.
Brandon's been here for all of these Elites in St. Lawrence, but I don't ever remember seeing him fish this shallow. It's working out pretty good for him right now, though.
So there are about 24 boats out in the lake. Now there's about 36 boats out in the lake.
And what's interesting, there's no off limits in Ontario. You can fish as far into Ontario as you want to go, which obviously is often limited by running distance and gas or weather. But on a day like today, I remember Brad Watley made a long runs into Ontario in 2020 when we were out of Clayton. To make the top 10. Couldn't on the final day with how rough it was for Mueller and Cory Johnston and going head to head.
Oswego, I think he went way down south. And
I wasn't going to say exactly where he went.
The furthest guy today is Justin Atkins.
One of our big-time players today is the rookie Jacob Founts, and Jacob Founts, I believe, is going to be the focus of our Marathon Peak performance. We got a good look at him at Pickwick, Davey. What do you think are the strengths of this young man again?
Well, obviously he's a great fisherman. To get here, you know his background better than I do, Ronnie, but obviously a great fisherman. But we were looking for a little more from him, to be honest with you, this year. But at Pickwick, got a lot of good coverage with him. Did a great job. Chickamauga, Pickwick, and here, starting off the day with a 4-pounder and then a 5-pounder, his 3rd fish. The 5th fish being a 5.3. That's a great start at only 8.06. He had 20 pounds.
Tommy, the most recent years of his life, he spent on the Tennessee River, but most of his life was in Ohio.
Right.
Lake Erie. He's a smallmouth guy, so even though it says Charleston, Tennessee, and we know him for the TVA lakes where he's got a third and I think 2 top threes, he is a smallmouth guy as well, so it's not surprising that he's at least held his own so far.
How picked was he in fantasy, Ron? Just quickly.
A
little?
I'm going to say less than the Johnston brothers.
Well, okay. Like everyone else.
Give or take everyone.
Like everyone else on planet Earth.
I don't know the percent.
Brandon Palaniuk was picked by plenty of fantasy players. He's on top of the leaderboard right now. Bubbling under there, guys like Hartman, Dockinson, Kobe Krieger having a good tournament here. And there's Cory Johnston. And 14th in the top 15. Mullins, Matty Wong, and Cory Johnston in the top 30. We got a lot of dynamics going on as we expected here on the St. Lawrence, and we will continue momentarily.
Live.
Hey guys, Mike Huff, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. We're here at St. Lawrence River, one of the best places on earth, of course. This one right here, not really a big secret. I think everybody knows about it. It's the Berkeley flatworm. Been drop shotting that. Anywhere from 15 to 20 just on rock piles, drifting a little bit with it, and even pitching it up around shallow, around some, cruising fish that I see. But up shallow and deep with that, and then actually throwing a Berkeley General, wacky rig, just kind of fan casting it around on some flats, some spawning flats. And of course the Ned style bait with the little General. That's really the 3 baits I've been using here. Like I said, it's gonna take a lot of weight. I'm just hoping I can hang around with everybody. Hopefully I can catch a few.
Perfect right bait, right time with Mike Huff from London, Kentucky, which means a lot of time growing up fishing probably on Cumberland, Kentucky
Cherokee.
Lake for sure. So
Yep.
yeah, knows how to get big smallmouth in the boat. Has proven that different times during his career, trying to stay in the top 30, maybe get into the top 20. He's not done with his work yet as far as qualifying for next year's Classics. So he's a good northern swing, good solid one.
Not a good one, but it's not a bad one.
It's really amazing just where you launch on the St. Lawrence River, just where people fish. And we're seeing in the past when you saw someone fishing in the lake, there would be no one around them or very few people within sight. And it's just the opposite now.
They're gonna have to get
Launching
bigger.
in Clayton, now you see someone like Mike Huff in the river and there's no one around it. And we'll see how that unfolds. It could be to their advantage. You might see somebody make a strong push from the river when we've been talking about the lake all week.
There might be 100 pounds worth of winning fish in the lake, but when you're sharing them with other anglers, you will drop back in weight to maybe 88 to 90 pounds, which is doable in the river every single month of the year, it seems.
That's a good one. It's the ones we want.
Hooked up.
This is the biggest fish I think that we've seen him have on there. Good solid one here. On that same topic, I'd be curious to see, especially with the Canadian waters being open. We've seen Cory Johnston and Chris fishing around other anglers. Do they have something over in Canada that they're saving until Saturday or Sunday? Because right now they're not fishing anywhere that's, we're not familiar with.
For sure.
Oh yeah, those are the ones we want. How thick that thing is. Mmm. Like it. What do we got?
That fish was closer to a 5-pound class, if not 5 pounds. Don't you think?
2 2/4 pound call, maybe?
Yeah.
2.5 maybe? Smallest was 212.
4 more bites.
Both Johnsons have multiple fish in the boat, and they catch a random fish, and they say 4 more because they finally caught one that is up to their snuff.
Got one going down on her. Hang on.
Little bonus look at 9th place. Mike Iaconelli having a good day so far.
First bait caster we've seen this morning.
Not a big one. I put him in at 4.5. All right. That's what we want.
Ike needs a really good northern swing to make the classic. He started 84th AOI points, where he's sitting now in 9th. He's up to 65th, so got more vents if he keeps chopping away.
If you listen close, you can hear the stretching the rod, the bend in his rod. Look how much pressure he's putting on that fish.
I think this isn't the size he wants, and he's trying to not waste time on this one for sure. He's about to boat flip it from 30 feet away.
A little bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
Still.
Called it. He did boat flip it.
Yeah, Cory was catching the around 3 pounders, while his brother Chris has everything right around a 4 pounder.
1.
But he's only got 4 fish.
2. 3. 4. 5.
Starting to fire off here.
Oh,
Tom.
yeah.
What's that?
It's not like it's been
Sorry?
a sleepy little town before this.
You know,
Close.
we're just getting warmed up, you know.
Oh gosh, that's good.
Talking to Mike, he said he thought he would try to make the lake work, but he could not do that. He's going to stay in the river. Thought if things went right, I could catch 20 a day. That wouldn't be a bad event. 80-pound smallmouth. You go home with a smile on your face.
I'll take 20 a day for sure.
Yes.
We were talking about it in the live well. Tommy said you got to have 20 pounds to make the final day cut. 60 pounds after 3 days.
A day, yeah.
It's got to be close at times.
I think it will.
Yeah.
It'll be very close.
Get out from under there. Come here.
Looks like a good one.
It really does. Look a lot bigger than the ones we've seen him put in the boat so far.
Gosh, man.
He's fishing shallow in the river, but we saw him early on fishing for that one fish that was on the bed, but now he seems to just be making A relatively short cast on these flats.
Yes.
Right off of the main river. Good fish there for him.
That was a mean one. Lead him. Get him in there.
Fifth fish and the best one so far for Mike Huff.
Tommy, I'm not sure the percentage that Mike Huff was selected, but if you were paying attention to the stats, you may have picked Mike Huff in fantasy fishing because he's never finished outside the top 50 in all of his years on the Elite Series here at this destination. As we bring it into the screen of knowledge, I wanted to talk about the St. Lawrence and Ontario. When we're talking about fantasy fishing, it's a little bit different this time around because we do have the lake in play and we have the river that we know and love. And when you're picking your team, you need to kind of assume who's going to maybe stay in the river, who's going to maybe go out in the lake, and what info they're going to use. So when it comes to Bucket A, since the fantasy dork in me is coming out, Davey, trying to figure out who to pick. You had both Johnstons. You had Brandon Palaniuk. I believe you have Chris Zaldain, David Mullins, all in Bucket A because they're doing so well this season, and they've done so well at the St. Lawrence River. How do you pick them? I decided to go with Cory Johnston over the rest of them. His percentage was far less. It takes a really stud angler to dethrone Cory Johnston percentage-wise, and Brandon Palaniuk was right there mixed in with Chris and Cory at the top of the bucket. I went with Taku Ito. That was 41% of the people picked him. I couldn't miss out on that opportunity, so I picked him as well. But then I mixed it up in buckets C, D, and E. I picked some younger anglers and some guys maybe off of people's radars. Greg DePalma's had a great track record at the St. Lawrence with a Carolina rig, and we've seen him do well in years with a drop shot. Figured that might come into play. Jonathan Kelly did great and made the final day in the Open last fall when he won the Northern Opens points race. And then Dice Kaoki just missed out on a check last year in the Opens here as well. So not a lot of tangible results on the Elite Series for these last two guys, but in bucket D and E, you can take a little bit of a risk because a lot of those guys are trying to have an uptick for their season. But when it comes to Drain the Lake, you can't miss because you only get to pick these guys one time. Otherwise, you lose them for the rest of the year. So I decided to save a couple of these guys for this event. I picked Chris Johnston and Cory Johnston here, Chris Zaldain, but I mixed it up. I didn't have the likes of Brandon Palaniuk. I didn't have the likes of Taku Ito. I used those guys around the classic time period based on the patterns we expected to play out. It worked out decently well for Taku in that one for me. Jamie Hartman, New York angler, Jonathan Kelly, those two are roommates. I re-picked both of those guys, Greg DePalma as well. And then I mixed in Brian Schmidt and Josh Douglas. Brian Schmidt has seemingly done so well the second half of every Elite season he's been on. I expect him to continue that this week and take it into Lake Oahe and then in the season at the Mississippi River where he's won in the past. So the fantasy dork in me is coming out, and I'm already geeking over some of the guys that are in the leaderboard doing well for fantasy fishing.
You're the fantasy king, Ronnie.
Honestly.
Subscribe to that.
Depends on who you talk to, Tommy. Depends on
who was the hardest guy you had to hold out on Drain the Lake then till we got here to St. Lawrence? Who were you tempted to use way before?
Honestly, picking any of the Johnstons is a guarantee somewhere else, but Zaldain at Fork, not picking him. A lot of people picked him at Fork, and I was like, I'll hold off because I think he's going to be picked too much.
A magnificent catch fest as it always is here at the St. Lawrence River. So much to enjoy and so much to come here on Bassmaster Live.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
First day of the final three events of the season. This northern swing in full swing here. On St. Lawrence, a Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. 90 anglers out there will fish full field again tomorrow. That's not one of them right there. Might be one.
Is that Z-Train and Dave?
No.
I think that's a shot of Ronnie from 2019.
That's right. Yeah, that was his first year working live. That's
Man,
right.
what is the deal?
Fond
We're just about to
memories.
throw
Fond
someone
memories.
else under the bus, and I still get thrown under
I
the bus.
didn't call you a dork.
Bright sunny day, just like back then and right now. Look how close the Johnston brothers are, Chris and Cory Johnston. Johnston. Let's get out to Chris Johnston.
Remember when I wore that red dress at Lake Oahe years ago? I can't wait to
matter
go
of fact,
back
I do.
there. Remember that?
Coming about, Ronnie.
That was really
I think that was a minor league baseball
kind of
team
stepping
that
out
we
there.
Lied about.
Got a hook in you that time, buddy. Might be a 4. Come on, buddy. Not a giant, but it's number 5. Then we can go looking.
Doesn't look like a very small one either. It might not be a giant, but that's a solid fish.
Yeah.
The great anglers always have plans. They don't always work out, but always have plans. You heard him. He's got his 5th fish that he thinks that, a good solid limit hook, and he's saying now we can go looking. Had a fair amount of wind in practice. This is the calmest, prettiest day they've had, and he spend a lot of his day potentially looking for fish that spawners or in areas that they can catch later in the event. If you're fishing shallow on Lake Ontario, you get a day like this, you can get a lot done. You can cover a lot of ground.
Come on. All right. Get you this time. Get you this time. Took a couple tries. We got you. We're gonna have to call him out though.
What do you say?
So we're gonna have to call him out. Yeah. But it's number 5.
Limit fish for Chris Johnston. We got Mike Huff on the right there.
360.
Got his limit
These
as
are
well.
little one.
Getting close to 20 pounds.
Huff was dealing with a torn ACL last season, not his best season, and was trying to figure out a way to do the northern swing and all those waves with the torn ACL. And he said he was going to take up like David Fritz and sit in the chair, and this year does not have to do that. Fishing much better than he was last year.
I did not realize that.
I didn't know he had an ACL problem.
How did he do that? Fishing or playing some sport?
You know how it is when you chase fish around the bow. You know, it's a lot of running. No, but he, I'll have to look back and see what he told me.
Come on, man. You ain't that big. You're just mean. Come here. Yeah. Pretty good. We're calling. A chunk. Twins.
Cullen moving up is Mike Huff.
Another mover, Bob Downey, 4-pounder, got him up to 21 and change. And Pat Schlopper, the 5-pounder to finish his limit. He's right at 20 pounds even
Probably
almost.
should have weighed him, but
5th place.
I've been told by some friends of Mike that know him better than I do, Mike tore his ACL dancing at his sister's wedding.
Oh boy,
Oh,
that's
man.
about all of that we need to hear.
When the
I'm
Cupid
sure
Shuffle
he's
comes
tickled to
on,
death that you got that out there, Ronnie.
Hope his sister's watching.
when the Cupid Shuffle comes on, you better chill out.
I guess that's why Tommy and I and a lot of other people didn't know he had a torn ACL. You usually don't go telling everyone.
You don't push that out
Yeah,
as robustly as you would, you know, pick up basketball
Yeah.
games, something like that, bowling even.
Playing a couple of those college basketball friends of mine and tore it. You tell everyone
I
that.
dunked on this kid and tore my ACL, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, came down after I jumped to YMCA on someone's foot.
Cory moving up steadily for the past 45 minutes. Yeah. Caught his 5th fish, 4.5 pounders. Said that's the only one I want to take in.
Yeah,
I got
number
4
one.
more to catch here.
That's one good thing about fishing by yourself, having 2 sides of the live well. Most of the time it's the big side and the small side, and this week is the I've caught a couple fish and here's my first one, you know, side.
This will definitely help him here, I think. I can hear his breathing. This tournament means a lot to Cory Johnston. It really does. This
might be a 6.
He wants to hold a blue trophy up. And
did he say
on the St. Lawrence?
This might be 6? I
That's
swear
what
I
he
just
said.
heard him say that.
That's what he said.
Come on, baby.
That helps the breathing, or hurts the breathing, however you want to look at it. Yeah, those 6s go a long way. Oh, it is a long fish.
This is a magnum.
Oh.
Got her.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a big one. Look at that. Little Gamma Gatsu, look at this. Unbelievable. Oh. We followed that thing for like 15 minutes. Oh. 2 more bites. 3 more bites, sir. Yeah, that one looks good.
No jump.
Johnston continues his move up the leaderboard. Taku Ito, last year's champ.
Well. Oh.
Too much power.
Too much.
Yes, I can. I don't know, maybe 3, 4? Too much. Not so big one, but what do you think? 3? Yeah, 3. This one? I think
Taku fishing deeper than almost everyone we've had
Deepest
cameras
one
on
we've
this
watched
morning.
today, isn't it? That was number 4, I believe, for Taku Ito, last year's champion. Taking his time, everyone taking plenty of time. Landing the fish. We haven't seen many come off today. That's among the sampling we've had, which that doesn't mean that's happened universally up and down the river, but
yeah, we only like one loss from Chris Johnston.
Yeah.
That's right. That's unusual.
That's phenomenal. I mean,
Oh, you guys done and said it.
Yeah. We'll have them now.
Yeah. That guy is 10 for 10 from the free throw line. As he heads up to the next
there you go.
week.
Same deal.
Beautiful
Cory
fish.
Johnston doing well too. Well, it's the northern swing here, and I hate to pit part of the nation against another, but look at the top. Idaho's Brandon Palaniuk, Minnesota Austin Felix, Wisconsin Bob Downey, Ohio Jacob Fouts up on top of the leaderboard. Hey, it's a northern deal right now as it stands. That's subject to change though, for sure. You see our classic champ Jason Christie there right outside the top 10. Chad Pipkins, another northerner we expect to do well here. We got plenty more on the way from the St. Lawrence.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Yes, oh my God, yeah, I should have boat flipped it. Great banging. Oh, on the Z-Man jackhammer. Come on, that's fun. Freaking 5-pound smallies on a chatterbait. Let's go, let's go.
Last year's Progressive Angler of the Year. Seth Fider there hooking the beast for us there. We always love to see stuff like that. We've seen some beast hooking going on here today, that is for sure, especially Cory Johnston just a few minutes ago. Speaking of Progressive Angler of the Year, let's take a look at that point situation right now. Brandon Palaniuk on top in this tournament, on top of that list as well. Started this with an 18-point advantage over John Cox. Very different sort of approach taken by John Cox, but a lot of ways to get it done out here. David Mullins, Brandon Lester notched his first elite win at our last stop on Pickwick Lake. So a great race going on there and far from settled. Although a lot of people saying, well, at least till we get to Wisconsin, Palaniuk's got the upper hand here. Do you subscribe to that, David?
Yeah, sort of, but talking to the anglers and hearing so many of the anglers say how many fish were shallow, I was like, this is really playing into John Cox's hand. But, you know, Brandon Palaniuk, he can catch a few fish shallow also.
And we said the same thing going into Pickwick, and John Cox shaved his lead by a couple points after that event.
Cox had 2 fish early, then 2-hour lull. Then he just landed 2 fish, including a 4-pounder. He's up to 32nd place.
Always look forward to coming up into this part of the world here. Such a special place for fishing, for smallmouth fishing. Also, the stomping grounds of our friend, the great Dave Mercer, with us today. We're leaning on you so hard, and especially for the insider info and coming up to this tournament, Dave. What were all the locals saying? What kind of state of mind is St. Lawrence fishing this week in 2022?
Well, St. Lawrence is always incredible every single time we come here. And something dawned on me this morning, guys, at takeoff. This is kind of the opposite of what we explain every single time we kick off the season in Florida. You know, we talk about all the northern guys and they head down south and they're finally not scraping their windshield. They're finally not shoveling snow to get out of their driveway. And they're in Florida and they're just so happy and content and right in a great mental space. That's exactly what's happening with all our southern anglers this week. If you look at, you know, all the anglers from Alabama, Florida, all the hot states, they're just happy to get out of the pressure cooker that is the South right now and how warm it is. So you actually see these, you know, southern anglers just all kind of revitalized. But we are hitting the St. Lawrence River at a great time. I think this is going to be one of those tournaments you're going to see a lot of different stuff. I don't think it's going to be one of those tournaments where you could say, hey, it's going to be dominated out deep. It's going to be dominated shallow. I think you're going to see that change throughout the tournament. I think you're also going to see anglers adjust. I think we're seeing that a little bit with the Johnstons and stuff today. I think what they're doing is picking off the easy ones that they know that they're going to get pressured on, and you're going to see them go to some sneaky stuff as the week rolls on. Assuming the week rolls on for them, because you got to make the cut after the first 2 days, of course. So I don't know if I answered your question at all, Tommy. I missed Davey out here. The studio looks good, and it is incredibly comfortable standing here at in Clayton, New York, which mind you, is their 150th birthday, which is explained as a I don't know how to say it. It'll make you sound drunk if you say it. So we'll just say 150 years.
Well, Dave, I got a follow-up question, though. Now that we have Canada in play, both on the river and on Lake Ontario, does that automatically mean there's twice as much juice available to these anglers, or is it not quite as simple as that?
I don't think it's quite as simple as that, but I think it does mean there's twice as much juice available to the Johnstons. I think it actually, every single time we come here, you think that, okay, their advantage gets less and less, and it does. If you look at the amount of anglers that have seemingly figured out this fishery. I mean, just keep in your mind that last year, our defending champion, Taku Ito, the first time he, braved the lake was the last time we were here. The last time time before that, he kind of turned away from it and didn't go out in that rough water. Well, he's just starting to put this fishery together. But here's the advantage to Johnson's. A lot of these anglers have been in the field. They've only come here twice. They've only ever been here when you couldn't fish Canadian waters, so they haven't had as much time to dissect that and figure that out. But it'll play immensely. The two biggest factors about this tournament that I think is going to get us closer to that 100-pound mark if we don't surpass that 100-pound mark, which is the big question going into this event, is the fact that there's more water, so you're going to have less pressure on your areas. You're going to be able to manage areas a little better. And it's also the fact that we're running out of Clayton, New York. That simple extra bit of time that the anglers that are running to the lake get to spend out there turns into pounds. We saw the difference. I think it was closer to 90 pounds last year when we were in Waddington. The year previous, obviously, we got the closest we've ever been to 100 pounds. I think it was right around 97 or something like that. So, yeah, those are the two biggest factors in this tournament, if you ask me.
So, Dave, I've got to ask you, we've seen a lot of fish caught shallow today, a lot more than we saw last year. Probably in the whole tournament, we've seen more of that this morning. I know how much you love to dive and snorkel and swim around and film underwater. Are there enough shallow water fish to last for 4 days and win this event?
I think there is. I think the biggest factor is pressure. You're not going to have the river to distribute that pressure. In the past, as they ran down from Waddington, you would lose anglers. As the further you went, you can get away from them. They're not going to be able to get away from them as much. You're going to have more anglers fishing this same area. But I think that you're going to see adjustments to this event. You know, our winner may be fishing shallow today and be fishing deep by the weekend. But, I mean, those shallow fish this time of year, whether they are spawn or post-spawn, they are up there cruising. They're really easy. And a day like today is the perfect day to get them because you can see them for miles. They literally glow as they move through. And I think we're going to see a lot of that this week as long as the weather stays this way. I don't know that it'll hold out totally, but maybe it could, Davey.
Dave Mercer, thank you so much. We appreciate your great insider info everywhere we go, but especially here where it's particularly juicy for the man from not too far away from here, Dave Mercer, who will be taking over things here before too long on our broadcast today.
Jacob Faust took over the lead. He caught a 411. He's up to 23 pounds, 5 ounces.
Another big one here for Cory Johnston.
As big as I thought, but I'll take them. Scammy stick in them. Let's see what he weighs. Pounder.
Johnston up over 20 now, continuing his move up the leaderboard.
I haven't seen a lot so far from Micah Frazier, but it looked like a really nice fish when it just jumped.
With 3 fish, I believe, as it stands right now. This could be the 4th.
Not quite as big as I thought, but number 4 is always a big one.
Yeah.
They're all big until you start culling. If you don't have 5. He's one of those anglers. He doesn't even look as comfortable when he's up fishing shallow for these fish as he does out deeper on those drifts, like we saw when he won, and a couple other times when he's done so well.
A little bit better one there, a little bit.
Him and his brother, one of the other brother duos that have made it to the top level of professional bass fishing. Mark has really made his name known on the Elite Series in his first 2 years. He was a rookie last season, was in that fight for Rookie of the Year and missed out on it. But man, he has performed this year well.
Man.
I think Mark Frazier's in the top portion of Angler of the Year.
And I saw another one with it, just like it.
22nd place.
They're so different than the Johnston brothers, though. I mean, they're night and day different. Because if you ask Cory and Chris who's going to catch the most, they're like, they want to kick one another's tail. And I even talked
wow,
to
big one.
fish
Oh,
here.
big one. Oh, big one.
So real big one. But I talked to
Big one. Oh, no, no,
Mark
no, no, no.
about Micah, and he was like, "No, I wish I want him to do better. I felt bad that I finished higher than him." It's like,
yes.
not like you normally hear brothers talking.
Yeah.
No. Oh, cool. Man. Okay.
Taku currently in 38th place. Ronnie, we need this one for our Rapala fantasy team.
We do. He's got a large portion of the people picking him and pulling for him.
What'd you say, 41% or something?
Yeah, that was,
like that.
and that was on like Monday, so it might have even grown.
I was amazed the highest percent was Seth Fighter, like 56%.
Yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah, he was
in
the
Group C, I believe.
top pick. Yeah.
Okay, yes. Very, very strong.
So I'll make a lot of points if Clark finishes higher than him, right? Come on, Dor.
Say that one more time.
So if I've got, don't you get extra points if you have less percentage people pick?
No, that's the misconception. Picking a low percentage person only gives you kind of a bonus if they beat the high percentage person in that bucket. So if you pick a 1% guy that beats Taku in 41%, that means you just gained 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots, whatever it is, over 41% of the people playing. Not any extra points, just kind of some strategy negotiation.
Okay.
That's why I decided to go with
But
some
there's
heavy
an
guys.
incentive,
And go,
yeah.
yes, for
there's
sure.
still an incentive, yeah.
And Davy Clark Wendlandt is doing well, 19 1/4, 8th place.
He was Kyle Jesse's pick.
Yeah, it was Davy's pick too.
Yeah.
Mine
as
as well.
well.
Yeah, well, see,
Clark's always doing well.
he's a Davies pick because they're, they're like, they're buds.
Okay.
And then all
Well,
of a
my
sudden-
friends and who I pick when I'm gambling, two totally different things, I promise you.
Then all of a sudden, Todd Otten climbs in, pops into 5th place with 20 pounds, 14 ounces.
4-pounder? Okay. Oh, number 5. Yes, tack time. Very slow tack time. I need more morning tack time. I want, but it's okay.
Keep catching.
Yeah, keep catching.
Number 5, and Taku's second best smallmouth today. Caught a 4.5 pounder to start.
I think that he might have small-eyed that one a little bit. That was a solid 4-pounder, I would say.
Okay.
Well, he still got a 112.
But most anglers do that. I mean, if they don't weigh them, they're all. I was guilty of that. I lowball them just a little.
Oh, we say that all the time. When you're out in the field, not in studio, we definitely say you were a low baller.
All right, let's not get into name calling just because you do it on social media with us.
Getting close to the halfway point of our fishing day here, and it's still got some northern domination going on top of the leaderboard. Fouts of Ohio, Palaniuk, Felix, Bob Downey, Cory Johnston of Canada, Pat Schlopper from Wisconsin. Before we get down to the likes of Kenta Kimura and Clark Wendlandt having a good first day here. Jamie Hartman, Scott Martin, winding out our top 10.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Oh, time flies when these guys are catching them, and these guys are catching them today at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here at the St. Lawrence River as we get closer and closer to the midway point of our first day of 4 days of competition. 90 anglers out there. Let's take a look right now at our Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Joseph Webster on top in a very tight race. They started out today with him with a 3-point advantage over Jacob Fouts. Jacob Fouts, the college champion, who has come out here and as a rookie done very, very well. And today he is doing fantastic. He is on top of our leaderboard, also listed as our Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader so far today. So you can't do much better than that. Get back out to Taku Ito. We just saw him put his 5th fish in the boat.
And one thing about Fouts, he was way down the leaderboard in Rookie of the Year and Angler of the Year early in the season. 2 top 3 events, a great showing so far here. He's only 3 points back from Joseph Webster to be in the driver's seat for Rookie of the Year.
Webster does not have a fish today, so Fouts
so
more than
big,
likely will take over that lead.
It's cold.
Out with Taku Ito.
Oh, yeah.
Taku with a little slower start than maybe we thought this morning, but he's really done well in the last 30 minutes or so.
And that last one got him up into the top 25, so that's arrow going upward for Taku.
Too powerful. Oh, man. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Welcome, my boat. Yes. Smallest one is
That's the perfect saying. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say that, but welcome to my boat.
Keep catching.
Welcome to my live well.
This one. Thank you.
You're welcome to stay till you're not.
Exactly.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Don't feel like the smallest fish in the limit.
And 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's go.
Mike Huff looking at one. Now he's hooked up with one. You see the smiles on every angler's face. They're just having so much fun.
No.
Was that? I don't think that was Taku rooting against Mike Huff. I think that was, we were hearing cross bleeding there.
Oh, Mike sounds a lot like Taku.
Getting some bonus audio there.
That's what's also so special about this place, Davey, is that you can be smiling all day long and have 20 pounds and come in and you're in 36th place.
Yeah.
You know, you're not even in the game quite yet. Not saying Mike Huff it, but that's just the bar that's been set over the years here.
You make a great point because I've been in so many tournaments like that, and you may have finished 60th and fell in the Angler of the Year points and all that stuff, but you still, for some reason, kind of have a good feeling about your everything but your bank account, maybe, because you had fun and you went up there and caught fish. But you got to be in the money in those tournaments. You got to qualify for the Classic. Just having fun, though.
Come here. Come here.
Not real good on the credit card sometimes.
No.
I sniped that one. Oh, that was so cool. He was swimming right next to the boat. God, it was so cool. Oh, flatworm got him one. Good. Oh yeah, good upgrade.
Got him.
Huff hanging tough today in the top 25. Cory Johnston hooking up. He's been moving up steady the past 2 hours now.
Really has. Come on, buddy.
Away from the rocks.
Called up Cory about a month ago. He had to be hospitalized with bacterial pneumonia. Spent 2 days in the hospital getting all kinds of steroids.
That's no party, is it?
No, he barely got back in time for the B.A.S.S opener up there. He got to fish Father's Day, a day out of coming out of the hospital. And I asked him, though, with back and forth with Chris, whose turn is it this year? And he says, mine. And then he kind of backed off, said, no, we don't really have turns per se, but last year they were sharing their bedding fish, and I think Chris laid off to give him the shot.
I think they still share winnings bank accounts. I think
so.
Where, if people don't know, the Johnstons have a fishing fund. You know, they have a bank account. Chris has a bank account with his family. Cory has a bank account with his family, but they have a bank account shared with tournament winnings. So that's why it helps sometimes when they negate to one or the other. Good one for Cory.
Yeah.
I like it. Or something.
That was the fantasy question, though, Ronnie, wasn't it, in Group A? Chris or Cory?
Or Brandon, or Mullins, or Zaldane, all who have had top 10s in the last few years. It's definitely a tough one to manage.
Cory Johnston, third place, about a pound and a half behind the leader. That is a good place to be right now. Let's get back up to Micah Frazier, 2019 champ here on the St. Lawrence.
Zona and I have filmed on his show several times. Never seen weather like this. Never like this. We talk about this area a lot. This is where he and I met in about 95, 94, something
really?
like that. Yeah.
Better one.
Opens.
Not big enough, but better start than the 2-pounders.
That's number 5, I think. Tommy? I think we had,
yes, that
he
is
had
number
3,
5.
and we saw him catch number 4, and then number 5 right there.
Yep.
Maybe 3 1/4, 3 1/2.
Micah needing to do well here, hanging in there in the top 54 now.
We always like to see the guys jump up to 20 pounds in the first hour, but it doesn't matter if it takes you 8 hours or the first hour. They all weigh the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
So seeing some of these guys who have a 4 1/2 and a 5, and they only have 9 1/2 pounds right now, they're on pace.
Yes.
Yeah. That's 5, right?
Michael, plenty of time left in his day. Let's hit some striker daily trivia right now before we go to a break here. Question is on the way. There's our striker brand right there. Very nice. And the question: since being introduced into the Great Lakes, the round goby took over as the main forage of smallmouth from which species? What were the main forage before? Was it crawfish, sculpins, darters, or insects? That's a good question. Crayfish or crawfish, sculpins, darters, or insects? Chew on that for a little bit, and we'll come right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Around midday on this fantastic fishery, the St. Lawrence River, a striker daily trivia. We had an interesting daily trivia question. This place has changed over the 23 visits the B.A.S.S. pros have made here over the years. And one of the changes is the main forage. Used to be the round goby. The round goby took over as the main forage since it was introduced into the Great Lakes. From what species? Before the round goby, what were the main species? What was the number 1 species fed on by the smallmouth? Was it crayfish? Was it sculpins? Was it darters? Or was it insects? Davey, I put it to you.
Because I think it's a digestive thing, and they don't digest the claws very well. But I got to go crayfish because I've had so many crayfish skeletons and claws in my life through the years. It's insane.
Ronnie?
But I'm going A.
I'm just going to go sculpins, B, because I found out what they are during the break from you, Tommy. So.
Yeah, boy, you picked a winning combo right there. Yeah, Davey's right. It is A. It is crayfish crawfish.
Gobies were in 73%, and crayfish dropped to about 6%.
Wow.
They did the studies of their stomach.
Let's get out to Mike Huff.
That means somewhere there is 12 smallmouth in the middle of Ontario eating every crawfish in the lake if most of the other crawfish aren't getting eaten. I mean, they've
Either
got
that
to
or
be
we might have
exploding.
crawfish farms up there like we do in Louisiana now. The population's got to be booming.
Well, the problem with gobies, they eat a bunch of eggs, so who knows whose eggs besides smallmouth they're eating.
Mike Huff having a good day 1 here. Catching them steady.
I don't know if he's going to help or not. He's hooked right in the side of the mouth. They just feel huge when they're like that. Start weighing them.
He's got a couple in the 3-pound range in his live well as it stands, part of his limit.
He's really had a steady day though. From start all the way till now. He's just been picking them off.
Huff has a 15th at Chickamauga, a 25th at Santee, 37th at the Harris Chain. So he's got 3 made cuts, 3 missed cuts. That puts him right there, like we mentioned. 30 points or so from the classic cut line right at it.
Cory's hooked up. Wow, what a jump.
Wow.
That looked good.
That was a good jump, and it was a big fish, too.
Yeah.
Sometimes the bigger ones don't jump quite as well, but holy cow.
$4.5 pounder. Come on.
We talked about it earlier, Ronnie. That's 4.5 pounders versus 4 pounders. Add up here, just 2.5 pounds a day over 4 days is barely making the top 10 and winning the event. And Tommy, you remember, you mentioned 23 Bassmaster events here. How different this place was years ago when you didn't hardly see a 4 pounder.
No.
A lot of
Fight that sucker.
2.5s.
God, they're pretty. Look at that thing.
And largemouth were always a big player back then, and now you
That's
don't see
the
anyone
big, yeah.
fishing for largemouth.
It's a big one. We got ourselves a sack coming today, boys. Daddy's hungry today.
I think, like you said about a 4 pound, that was a solid 4.5. Wouldn't you say? Maybe more. He didn't tell us what it was.
He reset that scale and checked it again.
Yeah.
He was bigger than he thought.
That says 5
That's a
pounds.
5 pounder.
Yeah.
Getting hot.
What's great is it's unproven to know if we have signal in Canada on Ontario. We have never had an elite go there during our events, and so it's good to see some of the guys who have wandered into Canada. We still have good pictures of them.
That's always
Cory
a little
hooked
bit
up
of
again with
nervousness
another
about that. You know.
God, there's another one with it. There's 2 more with it. Can't tell how big this one is. Oh, the one with it's a freaking giant. Come on. Where'd he go? There he is. Come on.
He's another fish. You must think it will help him. Didn't show much interest in that one.
No, that one got the brush off.
Oh, I missed him. Oh. You kidding me? Kidding me? How did I miss him?
You can really tell when he grabs the middle of his rod, he's like, yeah, this one's getting them. I'm not messing with this one.
Well, do you dare to compare, Davey Hyde?
That's pretty awesome right there, watching Cory and Chris Johnston. Right now, Cory with the upper hand, but we've seen Chris, Mercury, dare to compare, make up ground. I'm really surprised he doesn't have his 5th fish here.
Yeah.
But I'll be willing to bet he does catch 5 today.
I think that's a safe bet.
We're getting to the halfway point in the day, just 4 hours since takeoff. So there's, if you haven't had your work done, you're going to need this afternoon bite. If you have had your work done, you got to either prepare for tomorrow.
Big down there, but I don't think he's that big.
There's your 5th one you requested, Davey, and Chris Johnston.
You think so? I don't know. I don't think he's even going to help. What? Angry. Still don't think he's gonna help. It looks bigger because he's black.
Yeah, that's why.
Hold on, buddy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's small, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He's just dark.
He's not gonna go 4.
We've already kind of picked this up, Tommy, Davey. Johnston alluding that he's already got 5. I mean, if he had 4, it would definitely help. So we may have not had that one come through transmission yet, but.
The camera picks up service out here?
Yeah.
See?
Surprisingly.
Mm-hmm. Three and a half.
A dare to compare gets a little bit closer, 23 and change, and probably over 20 pounds.
Yes.
If he needs at least a 4 to cull.
You notice the tone in his voice, the camera picks up coverage out here? He was
yeah.
like, I didn't know everyone watching could see that buoy right there.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly.
For Jay Shakurit, 3 5-pound fish in the last 20 minutes or so. He's up to 20 pounds, 6 ounces on 4. Jay Shakurit's up to 20 pounds on 4 fish. 3 5-pounders.
Pretty good 2-box to be having on a Thursday morning, isn't it?
And not completely unexpected.
No.
One thing that we did notice last fall in the Open here, Cory Johnston won it. We had service with him, but the two Canadians who had led day 1 and day 2, Cooper Gallant and Cal Clemson, we did not see them on live for even a second because they were so far into Canada they didn't have service. That's why we had a lot of concerns here, but we have, since last fall, changed up the way we do certain coverages on the water, and now this is our kind of introduction to Canada, see how we're doing there.
It's no complaints so far.
Yeah. We've got a couple guys near Ogdensburg, a couple guys in Canada, a couple guys at the mouth of the river and the lake right now as well.
Not even that big.
I was just thinking a few minutes ago, we haven't seen that black marabou jig yet, but there it is.
A little fluff.
A little fluff.
He's gonna help.
No help for leader, Cory Johnston. Quickly to Taku Ito. He is hooked up and got one.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. It's crazy.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Wow.
I can see the 5, 10. Yeah. Oh, man. 10 5-pounder. I have never tried, first time here.
They secure it. Another 5
So
pounders
wind is
over
blowing
25
here,
pounds
so
in the lead.
I don't know, working, no working. I tried check, so I found a 10 5-pounder. And the cast, poof.
So did you come here because you thought the wind was blowing?
Oh yeah, wind is blowing. So I tried, first time.
Keep an eye on our leaderboard as Taku's going to move up it, but Tommy, Davey, got about 39 anglers who do not have a marshal today. Some are inputting their own catches. We have about 25 not on Bass Track, but that's just some housekeeping notes.
It'll be very interesting to see how those shake out when we come to the end of the day, but we're a long way from there, just halfway through our fishing day on day number 1. Cory Johnston in the lead right here. Fantastic fishing all day long. And coming back, Dave Mercer and a very special guest will take over. I won't tell you who it is, but he's one of the most interesting men in the world.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Welcome to our on-location coverage here. Stop number 7 of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Fabled St. Lawrence River. And the question coming into this event, as it is every single time we come here, is will we see over 100
I brought her out on
pounds
Tuesday. Me and
broken
Cora,
for the
we were
first
just
time
out
in a
here
smallmouth event?
sailing along, just sending her. Yeah, she's awesome. She's awesome.
watching our current progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Palaniuk.
Fish or is that a rock? Hey, it's Wes. I'm like, oh no, it's the federales. Just kidding, it's Wes with the drone. The federales. Like, yeah. Nope, just Wes with the drone. Bass is doing big things. They're hiring giant scarabs for camera boats now. Wes is getting a little high maintenance. Yeah, I'd prefer a scarab with Trip 350s on it or whatever the heck's on that thing. And sleeping quarters and a place I can take a dump. That's pretty funny. Oh, we made a pretty big run since we're last on. I've not caught any more bass yet. We're in an area some big ones live. I just have not been able to connect with any of them yet. I really haven't seen many, but we're not in like the juice of it yet. Still got the same weight, about 23 pounds. I mean, I'm just not happy with it because I want to take advantage of those big bites that we got, and I need to get rid of that small 3.5 pounder. There's one on the boat. Go, 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 go. No? No bite? This is no bite for you, PP. This is like an in-between kind of zone here. It's not deep, it's not shallow. Just kind of in between. Not a super obvious area, which I kind of like. I don't think anyone else is hitting it, giving it much pressure. It's a beautiful thing. The only problem is the bass still need to be here. And I think this is an area that, like, they just use it kind of as a transitional area. It's not a place where they just like sit and lock down for the summer. So we're gonna just kind of buzz through here fairly quick. Trying to see if we can get on one. There's one. Something that shallow. There we go. I don't know what we got here. He is freaking out right now. No! Just came off. I don't know. That was weird. He was fighting funnier than any smallmouth I've ever had. It was a smallmouth for sure, but he was like, I don't know what he was doing. He just had all sorts of weird movement going on. Dang it. Saw that one on live. Man. He was swimming off with it, hit him.
Yeah, this is a good one. I didn't know it was that good, to be honest with you. When I fished it in practice, it was real windy, you know, you couldn't see. I couldn't see what's going on. There's a lot of fish here, though.
I'm just thinking, you could probably stay here all day at this rate.
Seems that way. I was planning on fishing kind of half and half, shallow and deep, but after going down this little bank, I may spend the rest of the day shallower. Seems like there's a lot more fish up shallow than there is out deep. Like, well, probably 4 to 6. Caught a couple back there shallower, but most of them have been, 5 or 6. I can see most of them. If I get up close to them, I can see them scoot off. But it seems like they bite better if I can get my bait out there to them before I get there. Just something over 20. Are you gonna swim with the fish? Jeez.
Soaked me. Beautiful fish. Really shouldn't be catching those ones, but the problem is you just don't know. I mean, they surprise you. Oh, I do a ton of deer hunting. That's all I do in the fall. Hockey, deer hunting. That's about the gist of her. Oh man, you can't beat it. Oh, Mecca. What's the biggest one you've killed? The what? Yeah. Really? $190. I don't know what I'd do if I seen a 190. So I don't know what I'd do if I seen a 190. I'd definitely shoot it, I'll tell you that. I mean, yeah, no. We can grow them, but everyone shoots everything around us. We manage all of our stuff, and, you know, but it is what it is. One buck, well, yeah, $1 buck, yeah. God, this looks like a pretty good one. The what? I prefer fishing like this. I mean, when you're sight fishing 5-pound smallmouths, I mean, yeah. Clear water, looking at them, I mean, you can't really beat it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, we're addicted to it. It's a problem. Both. I'll kill them with anything, I don't care. Who am I to judge?
I like to kill them with a bow, but I'll kill them with bow.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to kill them with a bow too, but when it's gun season, I'll take the gun. Got no problem with it. 2 weeks. Shotgun season, and then, yeah. God, they're everywhere, man. Yeah, look at that black one just sitting there. Yeah. I don't know how big he is. It's a problem. See, I can never know with these things. Could be a freaking giant.
Now, man, we got a 2.5 month.
Really? Eat it. Oh, you freaking kidding me? You just nipped it. What's that?
Well, I'm still on this same bank, trying to expand on it a little bit. I think I'm about to try to run a few other areas that are similar to this and see if they have some fish on them too. Just, we had such windy, cloudy and rainy practice conditions, it's kind of hard to get a feel for these shallow areas in practice, but just from what I've seen today, it really makes me think that the shallow deal up in this stretch of the river seems to be a little more, have a lot more fish up here, it seems like. Throwing it on a 7-foot medium Fantasista, 30 size Revo spinning reel. This is the MG Extreme. Yeah, everything I've caught's been on this rod. 7-foot medium. This rod I throw like 90% of my spinning rod stuff on, from shaky heads to Ned heads and drop shots and swim baits, everything. It's just a good versatile action rod that works for a lot of things. Let's go run a few other areas real quick. See if we can find another area that's got some. I think I did a number on that spot. Come on. Okay. Okay. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck off. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why? I don't like jump. So bad. Always. No good. Jump, 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 jump. I think a small one. No, that. Small. I need more big one. Thank you.
Reliability. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to the St. Lawrence River Day 1 action here. The 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season for 2022. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Clayton, New York, the host this week. And not only is it the St. Lawrence River, but it is also Lake Ontario. And it is showing up exactly like we expected it to. 26 pounds, 5 ounces at the top of the leaderboard for Jay Shakirat. Cory Johnston not far behind. Ronnie Moore here in studio with Mike Sucon. Such, it has been a great morning of fishing already, and it's going to roll perfectly into our Toyota midday report.
Yeah, they are really catching them here, Ryan. A little better than they anticipated. We have 18 bags over 20 pounds. Let's run through guys we got on camera. Taku Ito, he's getting right there. He's close to that mark today.
Our defending champ of this event, the 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series winner here. His dreams came true with a victory on the Elite Series last summer, the St. Lawrence River.
Ooh. started slow and built up, found a big school out in Lake Ontario and plied it. So like 105 pounders, and he had big bass the final 2 days, 6 pounders, running a 26-pound bag to climb up from 7th to win.
His learning curve was cut down dramatically. 2020, his first year in the Elite Series, had no experience with smallmouth. Ended up racking up multiple top 10s on smallmouth in a row.
Northern swing, didn't it?
Knocked those out perfectly for Taku Ito, and then ended up taking a championship title in 2021, and now he's back for more in 2022. He says Taku loves smallmouth, and smallmouth love Taku.
He's got 19.5 pounds, Ronnie, about 22nd right now.
As we go over to Mike Huff, a guy who has been a great, consistent figure at the St. Lawrence River. Every year he's been here for the Elite Series, never outside the top 50, always in the top half of the field. And this morning, honestly, one of the most catches we've seen of any angler on camera. He caught a lot of fish, and he started to catch some bigger ones in the mid-morning portion.
Pretty good. Yeah, he had those 3.5 pounder, and he's gotten rid of a couple of those and get his big ones at 4.12. He's got 19.12. You know, one more call. He's over 20 pounds. He's actually the first guy outside, the closest to 20 pounds without making these 19.12.
That's kind of the question. People were wondering how many 25-pound bags would you have? We only had 2 last year. So I said maybe around that mark, maybe 3 to 5 tops, depending on the conditions.
So
the conditions have set up great this week.
You are against them getting 100 pounds, anybody getting 100 pounds this week.
Not because of the body of water, because of the time
task.
of year, yes.
Bigger than I thought.
That July ends up meaning some fish are still on beds and are still, you know, pre-spawn or spawn related, and then about half of the population is going to be post-spawn. They've already done their thing in June, and so they're going to be a lot thinner than normal, but the quality is still showing up there, at least shallow, early on in this event. And Brandon Palaniuk is one of those guys that, hey, he doesn't mind coming up here. In fact, he loves it. Top 20s every time.
Up here, Ronnie. St. Lawrence, he said, I just have to go win the next one. He was DQ'd at La Crosse, Wisconsin. And then to keep his classic streak alive, he said, I just have to go win the next one. And he sure as heck did. Drove 2 hours plus out into the lake from Waddington and caught his 20-plus pounds every day.
Yeah, I think he said he spent over 20 hours of his 32 allotted hours of fishing. He spent
on the
20 hours of it driving behind his boat. Not the case so far today. He hasn't had to go too far to get his work done. We saw some amazing visuals this morning of the shallow nature and how these fish, they don't need much cover, Such. They can live on the sand. They just find a little bit darker patch and they can blend right in. Schools of 10 to 15 big ones can just be hidden by simple camouflage. So
he was around a bunch of anglers on the downriver side of an island and caught a couple nice ones, a 5-pounder and a 4 1/4, and he's got a couple 4.5 pounders up to 23 pounds. 4th place, keeping his Progressive Angler of the Year lead.
I don't
More than likely.
I don't know how we did it over the years, Such, having so many Elite Series events on the St. Lawrence River without a Canadian in the field, because the last couple years we're really getting a taste of their skill level up here. Cory Johnston, Chris Johnston, Jeff Gustafson, the 3 Canadians. And they might have a couple more Canadians join them from the Opens this season for next year, but Cory Johnston definitely a figure to possibly win this event.
Yeah, I talked to him before this event, Ronnie. He and his brother Chris are you know, excited to come here. He had a bad experience 2019 where the mechanical issues, had to borrow a boat. The time was set wrong. He came in 7 minutes late. Got a 7-pound penalty. Put him in 60th place. He had another 21-pound day on day 2. Missed the cut. 36th place by 2 ounces. He misses AOI by 8 points. He says it's still to this day ticks me off. I go there and I am just that much more determined to win.
Hey,
they won an Open here last year.
There's a reason for everything, and he did get his win, so we have all 3 Canadians with Bassmaster victories under their belt, but he is the only one without an Elite title, so we're looking to see if Cory will get that done. But that brings us to our Mercury Move of the Day. Since we basically tuned off of the main show an hour ago, our Rookie of the Year leader, for most of this season, he relinquished that. Jay Shakurit relinquished the Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year lead at Pickwick, but he has came back with vengeance. 26 pounds, 5 ounces. Look at all those 5-pounders. His 4-1 is his smallest Such, and he is our Mercury Move of the Day, not only because he's the unofficial leader, but he is back in the hunt with Jacob Fouts and Joseph Webster in the Rookie of the Year.
And Fouts is in third place right now, so he hasn't gained. He's gained 2 points on him.
I don't think that Jay's going to mind being in the top spot though,
No,
of this event.
I don't either.
It's a good.
Good problem to have, right?
Yeah, good problem to have going into the
If it's a
final
problem.
couple events.
I said it'd have to go through Jay Shakur since he's coming back to his, we haven't even gone to lacrosse.
South Dakota and then lacrosse. He's a Wisconsin guy by nature. As we go out live right now with Cory Johnston, trying to make it work in the Canada side of this body of water.
But Fouts, I mean, having a nice 23-pound day, third place, he's got to be happy. Both those guys are getting way inside the classic cut for sure. If they would have fallen down this event, they would have maybe been on the bubble. They started like in the 30th spot, Fouts did. Now he's 14th in AOI right now with a third place finish. So
Cory Johnston locked up there. We'll get a report on how big that one was that he had at the side of the boat there. We'll see if we can maybe show that again. But we've been blessed with great service so far today. We've got 2 anglers in Ontario on the New York side, 2 anglers on the Canada side of Ontario, and then 2 in the mid-river stretch, which is that Ogdensburg, Morristown region. And so we've kind of got our 6 cameras distributed well on this body of water.
Cory Johnston has over 20 pounds. He doesn't have the 5-pounder.
Very inactive.
He's got all 4-pounders and one just under 4. Kind of surprised, Ronnie. Our Phoenix Boats Big Bass is Jacob Fouts, a 5'10". Shakur has a 5'9" and a 5'8". Last year we had a 6-pounder on every day.
And the year before we had that 7-13 by Paul Mueller.
Mr. Paul Mueller. That's trivia. I'm not going to tell you.
In other news, not Elite Series related, as we go to a 2-box of Brandon Palaniuk and Mike Huff, during our break, between Pickwick and now, we had that 8.5.
Seeing it all now.
Smallmouth from
It's in
Cayuga.
Cayuga, which connects here through waterways. And I talked to Cory about it, and he says, "Yeah, there's I have buddies catch 8-pounders in Lake Ontario." He says, "I've caught 7s.
We made a good
close, but the 8s are so smart and big, and they're hard to catch."
It's just I haven't been able to get anything going since.
One of these days we'll see one.
Out into the lake, and
I mean, Mueller was 3 ounces away from it.
The places
7
that
ounces from the New York State
thought
record.
I was going to catch them, they have not been around. So we're just going to have to keep making some moves until we land on them.
Getting a little windier in the teeth of the directional
It's not the type
wind.
of fish that you just sit and wait them out. They may never come back here for another 300 days or something. Got a little bit more breeze coming in, which is gonna make it move around like I wanted to. Like, we're a little bit protected here. I know it looks big, but it's not anywhere near as big as the water that can be. It's kind of got this point covering us.
Question coming up north, Such, as we look at our VMC on point, was who was going to catch Brandon Palaniuk going up north with the Angler of the Year lead, the Progressive Angler of the Year lead by 18 points on John Cox. He doesn't know how many points he's ahead. He just knows he's in the lead. He doesn't like to look at it, but 23 pounds this morning. He's at least staved off the competition for one more day, because 23 pounds is nothing to shake a stick at the St. Lawrence River.
Well, Cox is 29th right now, so he's looking at gaining 20-plus points on him with 18 before he's going to the last couple of events. I talked to Cox, did a story on him before this event, saying, keep it shallow, stupid. He's going to fish shallow again, but he's out in the lake. He said he wasn't going to go out there, so he's going to stay in the river, but he could be fishing shallow or around one of the islands.
Exactly.
But he wanted to stick around within 15, 20 points and get to the Mississippi River, and said that's where he may have his chance. If he can stick around, that's what he wanted to do, not fall off the wagon and get way behind. He said all three of these last events are in Palaniuk's wheelhouse, and he's a closer. I may not know where he's standing, but he knows where to keep the pedal pushed down.
All right, let's make a move. I don't like what
There might be a correlation. If Brandon Palaniuk wins in Texas, he wins Angler of the Year. He almost won in Texas, got second to Lee Livesey at Fork. And the last time he was in Texas and won, it was 2017 at Rayburn when he took home Angler of the Year that year as well. But as Palaniuk makes a move, we go over to Taku Ito.
I just called up Palaniuk's results. His worst is 26th at Harris Chain. Started at 20th, St. John's, 3rd place at Santee, 12th at Chick, 2nd at Fork, 7th at Pickwick.
Bodes well for him since he's never been worse for 19th here. He's been in the top 10 every year except for 1 year, and he got 19th. So Brandon Palaniuk will definitely keep an eye on that progressive Angler of the Year race. But it's fishing. Anything can happen. Lake Oahe might not be the smoothest sailing because of how rough it can get as we make our way over to Canada to check out our Canadians. Such, Cory and Chris, both over in Canada.
You know, these guys have dominated this fishery since we started going in 2019, Ronnie. You know, I mentioned Cory's slip up. He was 36th. Chris was 2nd, 2019. Then in 20, Chris won. Cory was 7th. Last year, they were 4th and 5th.
Yep. Cory's hooked up again.
And in the Open, Cory won, and Chris was 7th.
Yep.
Very good record.
Chris was 7th, but like the 4th or 5th Canadian on the leaderboard.
How many Canadians we got? Cal Clemson and Coop Gallant, and it's another one up there.
I think there was a Clayton native in that top 10 of the Open as well. You're going to have a who's who of bass fishing at the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. These guys are definitely going to be a part of it. Cory and Chris. As Cory tries to land this one. He's got a good bag, though. It's going to have to be pretty big to Cole.
Smallest is a 4 1/4. He's got 2 5.6s and a 5.8.
That's not going to do it. He didn't even try it.
Wonder how many more ounces those fish actually are than what he put in Bass Track.
Oh.
Biggest bag we've seen at St. Lawrence in the Elites is, I think, 27-12. Like you said, day one, 2020, we had 27-1 and 27 even with Mueller and Chris Johnston.
Cory with this catch. A lot of anglers would enjoy taking that 3.5 back with them, or at least having it in their limit, but 3.5's 3+ pounders won't do it. You're gonna have to have 4s, and he's hooked up again. Gonna have to have 4s and at times even have 5s.
You have to average a 5-pounder to get to 100. 5 times 20, Ronnie.
I think the body of water is no doubt best smallmouth place in the world, especially to maybe threaten 100 pounds, is definitely up there in the top of the smallmouth list. We saw last fall. It's all time of year based.
Mm-hmm.
You come in June, you could probably do it. If you come in late August, early September, you could probably do it.
They got eggs, and after they feed up for the
July
winter.
is just tough because there's fish in all kinds of stages. Not every fish is going to be completely full, or
Well, Cory told me they're not. It'll be a while till they school up.
Yeah.
Really get in nice congregations
And
where
that's
you can.
where we saw
they're small, little.
in
We saw
September. Yeah.
Saw Palaniuk with having, he had a nice chunk of 4 or 5 fish together there, but
for sure.
Not like Ito said he had 100 5-pounders last year.
All depends on the depth you're fishing as well. As Cory catches another that won't help him. Make a move from our Canadians, specifically Cory, who we've been checking out, back over to our New York guys out in the lake. Palaniuk and Taku Ito. Kind of have the who's who of winners on Bassmaster Live today, with 5 of our 6 being champions at the St. Lawrence River at some point.
Yeah, how about that? Here's a move, Kobe Krieger, with a 5-pound, 10-ounce, and a 5.5. He's up to 23.9 in 3rd place, Ronnie.
Oh. Maybe yes, maybe no. No. Very healthy. Wow.
Boy, Ronnie, he's got a 5-pounder, a 4.5, a couple 3.0s.
No. Small one. Healthy, but small. Yeah, no. Thank you.
Healthy but small. That's the thing. When we saw him do smallmouth Disney World, I think it was a week later, those fish were deeper and schooled up much more. A lot of them were very similar size. When you get them schooled up here in the post spawn immediately, you might catch a bunch of 3-pounders, and that's not going to get you making the day 4 cut. Taku Ito with another catch.
Day 2 cut with a bunch of 3-pounders.
That's true.
But
he does have a 5 and a 4. Looking at our leaderboard, you mentioned that Kobe Krieger making a move into 3rd, right behind Jay Shakira and Cory Johnston. Jacob Fouts and Austin Felix are our top 5. Watch out for Brandon Palaniuk, Matt Robertson, Alex Redwine making a showing, Pat Schlopper as well, and I did not see who was in 10th right there, but looking at our leaderboard, you have to have over 20 pounds to sniff the top 20 right now, and we will see more fish catches and more action from the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario when we're back. Bassmaster Live.
My name is Rebecca Hopfinger. I'm the Executive Director of the Antique Boat Museum. The first sort of boat show, if you will, that took place was one where a local gentleman wanted to show off his newly restored boat and conducted a parade along the Clayton waterfront. There was so much interest in that it took place again a 2nd year, a 3rd year, and grew into what is now our 56th annual boat show, which always takes place the first full weekend in August. The boat show still continues. We will have our boat show this year. Of course, it's next weekend, August 1st, but very different than the normal show. So this year we're going to go back to our roots and do a boat parade again. And this time we'll actually do 2 parades, and we'll take boats all the way downriver into the Alexandria Bay area. And on the 2nd parade, we'll circumnavigate Grindstone Island. The museum was founded by a small group of people here in the Clayton area, of course, again, as a branch of the Thousand Islands Museum. In the beginning, we're very fortunate that people have been so generous. And in the beginning, we were pretty much accepting whatever people would offer to build the collection. And we do have a process that we go through. As a museum and nonprofit, we're governed by a board of trustees. We have a committee called the Collections Committee, and there's a process to review a boat whether or not it comes into the permanent collection. So it started out small, and through 53 years, we've grown into having over 350 boats in the collection. There's a lot of rich history in this area of boating, and our focus really happens to be recreational boating. So recreational and freshwater is sort of a combination that we focus on. And there were significant builders in this area. So boat builders ranging from Alexandria Bay to Cape Vincent, and we have boats in the collection that represent these builders, as well as nationally recognized builders. A lot of people recognize Chris Craft, of course, and at one time they were the largest producer of recreational boats in the world. On our 4.5-acre campus, there's actually 7 different buildings, and a number of those house the boats. But we also have an off-site storage facility, and that is open to the public 1 day a week. It's manned by volunteers. We couldn't operate without our volunteers. And that's sort of a behind-the-scenes peek and a fun time to go up and see some of the boats that aren't on actual exhibit at the museum grounds. We do have classes of many types, ranging from knot tying to sailing classes. We are starting our sailing classes this coming week. They're offered usually at least twice a year. We have kids camps, we have adult classes, paddle painting, paddle making. There's a wide variety of classes that we've offered in the past, and we hope to offer again next year. Our collection ranges from a dugout canoe to a 103-foot, 2-story houseboat, and everything in between. So where we are right now is actually our Morgan building. It houses our race boats and those that were really in the quest for speed. In terms of offers to the collection, we have an extraordinary outboard motor collection as well. And so, I mean, I know, that the Bassmasters, of course, have their outboards and their fabulous boats that they use today, but the earlier version of those is probably represented right here at the museum. Being open to the public, we have an admissions team. We have a great store that's online when you can't come to the museum directly. And so we have docents, which are tour guides, and also skiff livery attendants. So one of the things we offer, one of the things that sets the Antique Boat Museum apart from other museums is you actually get to experience a boat ride. So not only do you see the triple cockpit 1930s runabout in the exhibition, you actually get to book a ride and take a cruise on the St. Lawrence in a reproduction triple cockpit runabout. And of course, these were the fishing guides' vessels, if you will, that they used at the turn of the last century. So in the heyday here, the late 1800s and the early 1900s, St. Lawrence rowing skiffs were used by fishing guides to take the city folk out for their adventure.
What an awesome feature there in Clayton, New York. Such, I know you're a museum guy, so you would love that.
I would love that, exactly.
It is cool to see the history of the boats, though, to see where we've progressed in the world, and especially the price tag of the boats,
I actually called them up. I actually tried to get a trivia question out of it. How old their oldest boat was. It's a dugout canoe. They don't know how old they think. They got one dating from the late 1800s. They think this one could be up to 1,000 years old.
I thought you were going to say they didn't call you back. As we take it into our Humminbird Unlock the Lake of the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario, normally we're at one end of the playing field and they go west towards the lake and all down the St. Lawrence River. They're littered down the St. Lawrence River now, but we are taking off from Clayton, New York this time around, and we've got some anglers sprinkled. We didn't show them all to you, just showing a couple. Canada side, New York side, everything in play this week. Past years we've had just the river in play, just the lake and the river in New York in play, and now we have Canada for the lake and the river. Both sides are a factor, and as we take it over
How
to
much
Canada
you think
side,
opening up
Cory Johnston.
Canada helps the
It's
Johnstons?
huge.
I mean, they just know
Huge.
so much more, or what?
100%, it's huge, because they know areas over the years that they've fished on their side of the border forever that haven't been able to be touched by U.S. tournaments, but also with all the weather that we had, the rough wind and waves and storms in practice, it's harder to find and expose that stuff by the other people in the field. So it could have remained hidden from a lot of people.
Like I said, Cory told me what a perfect deal for him would be 3 days of wind and yucky weather that others couldn't go out into the lake and find schools of fish.
Exactly.
And then calm so he and his brother could go ply everywhere. Got to beat a 4-4.
He's heavy.
Good calls for Cory Johnston as we go back over to Brandon Palaniuk, somebody who's basically tied with him, roughly. We'll call it a simultaneous tie in the 23 to 25 pound range, because I have to imagine Palaniuk's probably got a little bit more than he's
Not that big.
got on Bass Track, but nonetheless, great start.
Mean, but not that big. He's got a bunch of buddies though, jeez.
Ronnie, there are 19 bags on Bass Track now over 20 pounds. Last year, day one, there were only 15. Day two, there were 16. And in 2021,
There's a lot
there were
of
only
rig in there for you.
17 bags on day one over 20 pounds. We've already beat both those years.
Wow.
You're not even gonna help. You're just wasting time, boy. You just wasting my time.
Smallest entered on Bass Track is a 312.
You just
I
wasting
think that was the first one he caught as well. That one went in as 312.
It was early.
I
7:38.
didn't even really feel the bite. It just got mushy.
John Cox is over 19 pounds, but he's down 26th.
Hey, if he can survive every day that he's inside the cut, means that Palaniuk is still not safe. His lead will not be safe because Cox is doing what he, can do to keep pace.
Oh, yeah. Very healthy. No. I think no.
fat.
Got a belly, Ronnie.
More.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long as well.
Shows. Well.
I'll for sure get rid of one of those 3-pounders. And Austin Felix, Ronnie, at 5'4", he's up to 24 pounds, 1 ounce, third place. Second 5'4" of the day. Everything else is a 4+. He's got one 4.14.
Taku came to play. He's not going to go away quietly. In day one, the action we have seen in just 5.5 hours or so of their fishing day with plenty of time left. You got to have a good bag to be in the top 10, as Mike Iaconelli is our 10th place angler at 21.4. He's the guy I missed on the leaderboard earlier. A couple rookies in the mix. Alex Redwine having by far his best event of the season. They said keep an eye out for him. Bob Downey, Derek Hudnall from way down
21
south
bags over 20 pounds, Ronnie.
Justin Atkins in 17th, needing a good one. So is Bernie Schultz. We'll be back after this with more Bassmaster Live.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. Coverage brought to you by Berkeley today. Clayton, New York. What a great place to be. We got to see an antique museum feature about all of the classic boats that are in that region. It's a beautiful week to be running your boat around Clayton, New York region as we look at the TH Marine Weather Watch. Currently nice temperatures, much cooler, Such, than Arkansas. It's about 137 degrees and 0 wind. There's basically 0 wind as well. A high of 77 tomorrow. Lows, this is definitely hoodie weather in the morning, Such, and then maybe shorts weather by the afternoon, but
Definitely. Yeah, it's unusual to see the guys in jackets when we know we go outside here and it's like,
And we
I'm
had
dripping.
the thing there, partly cloudy today, mostly sunny tomorrow. That is the same thing. I will die on that hill. That partly cloudy and mostly sunny are the same
Don't
thing.
get technical on it. Could be a stray storm tonight, Ronnie, and then Sunday morning. The wind's going to shift, and it may build up of coming
For the
all the way
Ontario
up
guys.
Ontario for coming from the south-southwest. Though we'll may have some rough water come Saturday or Sunday.
More west.
Not bad.
More
rough.
west will hurt it, but south, if it's straight south or a little bit, it's not so bad, but west and...
It'll stay under 10 miles an hour both days.
We're doing all right.
That's about it right here.
4 really good ones, and we got a 4 1/4. I'd like to get rid of that 4 1/4, but I mean, day's gone perfect so far, and you know, I haven't even hit a quarter of the stuff, so that's definitely a good thing. So we're just gonna keep looking basically for tomorrow, and try and cover as much water as we can, and see if we can't find where another group of fish are. So I don't want to beat on those ones too hard. When it was calm, there was a bunch of fish there, so just gonna keep going. One more 5-pounder would be beautiful.
Well, Cory holding his own. Best angler on live that we have seen today, and he's one of the best anglers for the whole entire tournament so far, and he's going to be our Power Pole replay of the day. This morning, Such, we saw him, he mentioned it. He's got all 5s and a 4 1/4 he'd love to get rid of, and he hasn't hit a quarter of his spots yet.
Those are the ones we
He definitely had a big one in the boat as well. He mumbled that it could be close to 6, and we would probably corroborate. It was up in that heavy 5 range.
Yeah, he listed that one, I think, as a 5.8 on Bass Track, a couple 5.6s. He just said he wants to get rid of that 4 1/4. He's at 25 even on Bass Track. Maybe a little bit higher, Ronnie.
You're saying he's lowballed a little bit, or you think there's a little? Oh, yeah.
It could be up to 26, maybe a little bit more.
A little skew. This was one of his bigger ones of the day as well. Cory Johnston has had an up and down relationship here. He loves this place. Some misfortune has cost him Angler of the Year shots. maybe some wins. You never know how one day of fishing affects another, but he's definitely been one that we've been expecting a shot at maybe winning an event here. He won the Open last fall. He said he wants to
a little
get
bit of
blue
redemption,
trophy.
more redemption with a blue, yeah.
Wants to get a big blue trophy to match his brothers here, and that would be some fishing brothers winning on the same body of water, and a 3-year span would be incredible.
You think
Cory
their
and Chris
success has brought more Canadians into the mix to say, I'm going to try the Opens? And
I definitely think so. I think the urgency is there, the ability, and you see your buds catching them. And even though Cory and Chris are generational talents, just like Jeff Gustafson, some of the other Canadians who have not wanted to venture and do it have done it. Cooper Gallant. I covered Cooper Gallant in 2015 in the high school national championship. He came down from Canada.
2015? Wow.
2015, he was in high school, and he's won an Open. He's going to be in the Classic next year, and he's doing very well in the overall Opens race, which is a hot topic lately. But Cooper Gallant doing great on the Canadian side. We had Canadians featured in this event as well.
Met him at the Classic, at the Champions Toast.
Coop?
Yeah.
What was he there for?
I don't know.
Oh, the Champions Toast. Sorry, yes. Not the Night of Champions. My bad. A lot of great talent across this country and into Canada, across the whole world, with how many Japanese anglers and Carl Jacobson from Australia. We've seen Jacopo Galelli. Got a top 10 at Oneida, from Italy. Very, very cool to see it. For those looking at Bass Track wanting to decipher the bags, we have 20 anglers basically with 20 pounds, but we have about 39 anglers, Such, without a marshal. Some have chosen to self-report their weights. Some maybe are in bad service or are not doing that today.
Well, like guys like Seth Feider.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot more 20-pound
Bill
bags.
Lowe and Brock Mosley, Paul Mueller.
Yes.
Do not have a timestamp. Porosnik, Brian Schmidt. Had some nice social media ahead of this. Did he show a very hefty largemouth as well? Brian Schmidt kind of said, maybe I'll fish for some green ones.
Nah, that was just to get some social interaction.
Okay.
Ain't no way you're going for green ones on purpose early in this event, you know. I mean, unless it was truly that bad on smallmouth.
Chris Aldane's not on
It's been a good day.
Let's talk to Ike.
This morning we started out deep because I still, even now, as I'm fishing shallow, I still think it's going to be one deep, right? So we started on a big giant mega school that I found. There are hundreds of smallmouth there. Unfortunately, they shrunk up. We only caught 2 4-pounders out of it and a lot of 2-pounders. I made a really good decision to leave that mega school. It's hard to leave a school when there's 100 fish there, right? But I made a decision to leave and come shallow. Now, this is going to be hard for a lot of people to believe because here we are in July, mid-July, but there are a ton of smallmouth still spawning and shallow. And made a good decision, and we were able to get 3 more 4+ pounders. So you got to have 21, 22 a day to even be sniffing around. So I'm in that range. I'm sniffing around, looking for a big 6-pound bite.
Do it. Oh yeah, those are the ones we want. How thick.
Ike and Ellie with a little bit of an update there. So we go back to a 2-box with Mike Huff and some bonus coverage with Mike, Ike, and Ellie.
Ike at 21 1/4. Just got knocked out of the top 10 by Bob Downey climbing back inside.
But it's by far his best event of the season. And he needs a couple more of those if he wants to get back to the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, with 11th right now, he's up to 68th AOI points. We already got a good number of double qualifiers running for the Classic. We start at 39 in the AOI points, go to the Classic, automatic qualification. We got Christie, Brandon Lester. His victory moves it down to 41. Kenta Kimura's 42. Lee Livesey's moves it down to 43, and Lee Livesey is right there. So it goes to the 44th guy, which is KJ Queen coming into this event.
Yes.
And you think it may go to 46 or 7, maybe?
It went to 45 last year, I think.
That had me all confused last year with the COVID adjustment, lose one event.
That's the way we like it, Such.
To
keeping
confuse
you
me?
confused. Yes,
Well,
keeping
it's
you
not very
confused.
hard.
4 box with Taku Ito, Mike Huff, Micah Frazier, and Mike Iaconelli. See, it's a different strategy for the top left and bottom right, Such. Looking at the 2 guys that are in the lake out of this 4 box, and then Mike Huff and Micah Frazier in the river, playing the different current seams, playing the shallow flats that they may have in the river, but the fish just are a little bit different in the river, and this is where those 2 guys who have had success here in the past feel comfortable. Meanwhile, guys who maybe braved the heavy waves and big wind and things like that in practice are still out in Ontario looking for them.
I think Davey was saying it really, an event like this in this fishery, you really need to manage where you're going to be fishing and your fish, and it's a lot harder than you think. And I have no idea how these guys go about it, what their thought is. I was looking at the map, and we can see colored boats icons on the top 10 anglers, and there's as many in the lake on the boundaries as in a certain section of the river right now.
Yes, yeah.
It's kind of spread pretty evenly.
And like we mentioned, there are guys who are going to maybe pressure some areas today and tomorrow, knowing that they can use these community holes or known areas for a cut, and then go to their other stuff and mix it in this weekend.
Got to make the weekend, though. There's guys who are going to come in, like, would you just say there were 20? Now we're up to 22 bags over 20 pounds, and Kenta Kamura's 24th with 1 ounce shy of 20 pounds. They're gonna come in with their 19 pounds and say, I didn't think I'd be in 35th place.
A couple big ones right there.
You would say you'd get your teeth knocked in.
Catch your breath, Such, because there's going to be another afternoon flurry. We can bet on that. Maybe we'll see some of these guys top their weights that they have and make some calls. Guys around, I'd say from 7th down, you definitely still probably need to make some calls and get in that 23-pound range if you can, at least on day 1. Looking at the line, you've got to be now officially in the top 20. Jason Christie in 20th place with 20 pounds. They're catching them at the St. Lawrence, and they'll catch them more when we come back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Continuing on with our Bassmaster live coverage, first day action from the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. First 4 days of fishing with our full field of 90 anglers out there. They got a couple of hours to go, those anglers in the first flight, before they check back into Clayton, New York. 4 weigh-in festivities there. There's the leaderboard you saw right there. Jay Shakurat, the rookie, on top right now, just ahead of Cory Johnston. We go down through there. We see Mike Iaconelli having his best tournament of the year so far. Todd Auten making a move up the leaderboard as well. Mark Frazier spent a lot of time with his brother Micah during the course of today. But a lot of action, a lot more yet to be unwound as this day continues to its conclusion. The weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Back out to the St. Lawrence River and the connected adjacent massive Lake Ontario. That's where we find Taku Ito, Brandon Palaniuk, and a good number of our full field of 90 anglers.
If you've never visited St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, it looks like those anglers are all just kind of right outside the mouth of that little river there, and they are miles and miles and miles apart.
That is a massive scale on that map there.
And that's with smooth running conditions. When we in 2020 on the final day and you see them separated by 3 miles, and you know it's going to take you 25 minutes to get over there at least, you know?
Yes.
That's a different monster.
Let's go to it right now. Our Yamaha midday report. 2 hours, as we say, left for fishing for much of our field today, starting with Chris Johnston.
Yeah, Tommy, Ronnie. Chris Johnston, no surprise why we got a camera in the boat. He always does well here, him and his brother Cory also, but got off to a lot slower start today than we expected. But boy, when he got things rolling there about mid-morning, he really was making up some ground in a hurry. Chris Johnston, no surprise. The only surprise to me is you look here at this screen, only fishing about 4, 5, maybe 6 feet of water. We've seen them fish shallow in several tournaments just for a short period of time, but usually, so to speak, make their hay offshore. But both Chris and Cory Johnston today spend most of their time up fishing shallow.
Yeah, a lot of these anglers that are fishing up close and personal with these fish in shallow water, Davey, this is a great conditions-wise to look at them. With the slick, calm conditions, it's going to be much more efficient picking off some of these fish. Yes, they bite when it's a little chop on the water, but these guys can visually find where some of these fish are much easier.
Yeah, the big question I guess I have, Tommy, is do you really think Chris and Cory Johnston have fished their best stuff today, and both of them in our top 5?
My initial response is no, strangely enough.
Exactly.
Cory mentioned that he had fished less than a quarter of his stuff that he had planned to fish. So he has fished very little to have 25 plus pounds. Cory has.
That's a little spooky to think about.
Exactly.
I bet that Chris is the same case. It's been great watching these anglers, Chris Johnston, Mike Huff, fishing in the river today.
Yeah, absolutely. Spent a lot of time with Mike Huff today, and he would catch a good one, about every 40 minutes, all morning long. Very steady pace.
Yeah, I talked to Mike last night and said that, hey, I tried to make lake work because I feel like it'll be one there, but I just couldn't get it going. Got a lot of experience in the river, going to spend my time in the river, and I think I can catch 20 pounds a day. It's really sad when you hear a guy say, well, I think I can just catch 20 a day and survive.
Yeah, one thing you want to do, though, Davey, is get around 20 pounds. You know this. If you can catch 20 pounds a day and be around 20 pounds, the opportunity to catch 25 or 27 is there. There's a chance of it, but if you're around 15 to 17 pounds, it's hard to stumble upon a big bag when you're on 3-pounders.
Yeah, such a big difference in those 3-pounders and 4-pounders, and like we talked about this morning, the 4.5 and 5-pounders are what you have to try to have a chance to win here. Mike Huff having a good solid start on the day, catching most of his fish on a drop shot and then some wacky rig in a general.
He was not afraid to say flatworm and the general were going to be in his arsenal. And we saw probably, Tommy, more fish from Huff than anyone else this morning. Now, obviously, he's weeded through a few small ones to get to his weight that he has.
Mike Huff having a good day today. Needs one. He has got some work to do as he's trying to qualify for the Classic over the last 3 events of this year. Not much work left for that particular job description for this man right here, Brandon Palaniuk.
Yeah, Tommy, you have to have a camera on the Angler of the Year leader with only 3 events left, and you also have to have a camera on a guy like Brandon Palaniuk that always catches them here. He's won here, but he always seems to do well here. Had one finished, how low was that, Ronnie?
19th. So low, man.
Yeah,
so far away.
Worst tournament, Bassmaster tournament he's had here on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. And sure glad we did have a camera on him this morning. He started around a few other anglers fishing shallow, and some of the best footage I have ever seen on Bassmaster Live, if not the best.
I don't want to kind of throw some shade at Little Rock, Tommy, but that is clearer than my bathtub water, actually, because of how good the
depends on what neighborhood you live in. I mean, come on.
Sorry, I can't be in the high.
YMMV, as it says.
Brandon Palaniuk, though, I asked him that last week on the Bassmaster podcast, Davey. How many of these events have you spent shallow? And he said, I've been seen on camera a lot fishing deep, but I know there will be a point where I need to steal some fish shallow, and he has done that on day 1.
Ask anyone who the favorite is coming in here, and they'll give you one word, Johnston. And thinking you get both for one. That's not true, but Cory Johnston is the Johnston who has done the best so far today. After a slow start, he couldn't get on the right size to start his day.
Yeah, I remember it just seems like an hour or 2 ago, we were looking at the Bass Track, and Cory Johnston was in 30th place, and we all knew that he would probably move up from there, more than likely move up from there, and he certainly did. Just got started with some smaller fish, but he got in one area and caught this fish. I think this is it here. It looks like it's a 6-pounder. If not, it's very, very close to a 6-pounder. And that certainly helps your your total weight when you've got a 2.5 pounder you replace with a 6 pounder. I think it was the very next cast. If not, it was 2 casts later. He caught another solid fish that he made about a 2.5 pound cull. And that's how you become, you know, at that point, the leader in the Bassmaster event day one, Cory Johnston.
And if this is less than a quarter of his stuff and he's got 25 pounds, hopefully the other quarters that he saves for day 2 through 4, those are 25-pound spots as well, or 25-pound maybe strategies. We could see 100. We're on pace for it. At least it's a good start to the tournament.
That's right.
We've never had it, but
we are.
over 25 pounds for a couple anglers already. And we've got plenty not on the radar without Marshalls today.
And that's your Yamaha Midday Report as we get back to Mike Huff.
The new guy on the radar, Derek Hudnall, 3rd place. Just got
There's
a
bed
5.5 and a 5.6, up to 24 and change.
Wow.
It's been fun. I've caught several, just lost one good one that probably hurt, but other than that, it's been really good. Caught most of them shallow, which I didn't think I was gonna, be doing. I typically like fishing deep here, but really need another good one. I've got one in there that's only like 3 1/4. I need to get rid of it. But it's been fun. They're biting. I really caught all of my fish except for one on just this search bait as well. It's just a Berkeley General, just fan casting it around on these flats in like 5 to 7 foot of water. Saw a few on beds still. I think there's just a lot of fish that are still shallow in the river.
Last year we were in the river the same time of the year, but Mike told me that water temperature last year for him was 74 degrees, and this year when he launched it was 69, and yesterday was the last day of practice was actually Tuesday was 70, 71. So about a 4-degree difference in water temperature from last year and this year.
I got lost in the numbers, but 4 degrees cooler
this year than last year. Yes.
Yeah, we're a week earlier, which means, Davey, for when you get around the spawn, water temperature is kind of a moot point after that. Everything transitions to summer
but leading
stuff.
into that is a big deal.
Most part, other than one spot. But back out deeper, trying a couple of drifts real quick. I know there's a lot of fish around this area too. It's just getting one to bite. I don't know. It's been a little funky this morning. I had quite a few bites out here in practice, but so far I've yet to catch one out here. Just looking to cull now. I've got a couple 3-pound, class fish in there that I need to get rid of.
Really could use some cull, probably 3 of them.
Caught most of them shallow on a swim bait. And right now I'm back out here dragging a Ned head.
We talk about fishing your strengths a lot, and I'm a believer in that, but I'm also a believer in fishing the moment. And you can see all day, I've kind of felt like Micah Fraser wanted to be out offshore, like where he won here before. And you see someone like Brandon Palaniuk, leading angler of the year, that we know loves to fish offshore here, and he's just rolling with, hey, there's a lot of big ones up shallow. Let's stay with it.
Yeah. Micah Frazier again, the winner here. 2019 was his Elite Series victory. And from Noonan, Georgia. He and his brother Mark both fishing the Elite Series.
It's kind of the stretch of guys who were in 10th place, Tommy, and came back to win that year in 2019. We had a couple events in a row. It was a 10th to first comeback. We saw one also in 2020 with Buddy Gross, but for the most part, the last year and a half, it's kind of settled off. You better be in the top 5 or 6 if you want to win it, but very cool run for him in 2019.
Very unusual, and those tournaments are so fun to watch because those guys really don't think they win. You know, you get a guy in 3rd or 4th place, and he catches a, you know, depends on where you are fishing, but I think Micah had about a 25, 26-pound stringer that final day. You think, I still can't win coming from 10th place at a place like this, so really cool tournaments to watch.
And one thing about smallmouth tournaments, and you can attest to this, Davey, is that normally 1st to 10th in a smallmouth event isn't separated by a bunch of weight compared to 1st to 10th in a largemouth tournament down south where you might be 15 pounds behind entering the final day. Yeah. He was probably only 5 or 6 pounds back.
Right.
I think Cory Johnston had 20.5 pounds on the final day as the leader and lost because of a 26-pound bag from Micah.
Wasn't that the tournament Brandon Lester lost the 6-pounder?
That was 2018.
2018.
When you broke our desk.
Yeah.
You put your fists through the wood.
Yeah, that was the year before.
Yeah, Frazier was only about 5 pounds back and had 25.9 on that final day.
Wow. Micah Frazier on the move for the moment here. We have plenty more to come here. More than an hour and a half's fishing time for our first flight, anglers, and much more time than that as we go down through the 4 flights. Our Striker Daily Trivia question here. In which category did last year's Thousand Islands event make it into the Open's top 5 records? The Open that was here last year. In which category did it make it into the top 5 records? Heaviest one-day bag? Was it most entrants, largest attendance, or the heaviest winning weight? So a lot of ways to make it into the record book. Which way did they do it here at St. Lawrence last year?
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Big day on the St. Lawrence River. We've got 25 anglers or so listed as being over 20 pounds. And since we're a good many not reporting yet, we could easily have 30 at this point, over 20 pounds.
We'll have to get into our predictions on that, Davey, because I'm going to lock you in on one guess.
Our Striker Daily Trivia, in which category did last year's Thousand Islands event make it into the Open's top 5 records? Was it heaviest one-day bag? Was it most entrants, largest attendance, or heaviest winning weight? Davey?
D, heaviest winning weight.
100%.
All right.
Winningest weight.
Okay, I'll just be a contrarian, and I'll say heaviest one-day bag.
Oh, stick with it, Tommy.
Oh, gosh, I should have. Cory Johnston, there he is.
That's second to Gerald Swindle at Toho.
Yeah,
80 pounds, 13 ounces.
80 pounds.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
2011, his sole victory.
That's what's crazy is that event, I think Swindle had like 2 days over 30 pounds or something. And how you can do that with a largemouth event and barely be ahead of a smallmouth event and never have a day over 30. Like, just so consistent with 25 plus.
The other thing, little history, not Opens, but it was invitationals, same thing basically, but just back in the day. I was second back in the day with 56 and change. Brandy Dearman was the leader of the invitational heaviest weight at that time, just a few ounces more at 57 pounds. So that just shows you how our fisheries have actually gotten better.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely, especially this place. Hey, let's welcome in Dave Mercer. Dave got a weigh-in starting here in an hour and a half, so we guess we got to get to you pretty quick here. Give us your take on so far on day number 1. What's your overall impression?
This place is incredible. I mean, our defending champion, Taku Ito, said it best. Last year it was Smallmouth Disneyland. He called that his spot. But that is this entire body of water. Every single time we come here, just how incredible it is shows out. And I'm going to call out, I think what we're seeing, too, with some of our leaders, Cory Johnston in particular, the amount of fish you're seeing him catch, he's burning through stuff. And I think that what you're seeing is he is He's playing this game, and it is a game. You got to game plan the whole way through it. And I think Cory's fishing a lot more obvious stuff here today. And as the week goes on, you'll see him do some more little sneaky stuff. But just from the sheer numbers of fish you're seeing him catch, I mean, can this be the year that it all stays together? I mean, there's a lot of fishing left, but Cory Johnston having an incredible day. Jay Shakurit, I mean, it's... What's our cut weight going to be? We were joking about that in the trailer. I mean, last I looked, I think to make the top 47 right now is sitting at 17.4, so you got to figure that's going to be 19 pounds anyways by the time it's all said and done. It's an incredible fishery, and here's all I'm going to say. Let's have them all here. I know there's some people that don't like smallmouth tournaments, but I love them, and man, the weather's spectacular, and this week is going to be spectacular in Clayton. I mean, if you're anywhere within several hours, you can get here, because there is also a giant charity poker run going on and there is the amount of gas-guzzling boats that have launched in the last hour is startling, and their event doesn't start till Saturday. So this place is going to be a freak show of oddities, and I'm not just talking about the big giant fish you're going to see this week.
So, Dave, tell us a little bit. You're at takeoff every morning. Tell us a little bit about the attitude. You just see the smiles on the fisherman's face. How much the anglers truly love this trip up to Clayton, New York each and every year?
Oh, it is one of the ones they all circle and they got to be at. And to prove that, just look at how many families are here with them. If you look at the amount of anglers that have their family with them, that have been up here for a week and plan on sticking around for a week extra afterwards, I mean, this is vacation time for a lot of those families. But the thing to keep in mind, I think that's also what hurts some anglers here, because this is one of those fisheries that you can literally think you have a good day, a decent day, and still not make the cut. I mean, you can go weigh 18 pounds a day. Where anywhere in the country, 18 pounds a day, you're doing good. You can weigh 18 pounds a day here and not even make the weekend. So I think they all look forward to it. They're all excited to get out there. It's something different. It's refreshing, the weather and everything. But, man, that comfort also can hurt you in this event.
Dave, Davey mentioned a little bit ago that Cory, and you mentioned Cory's doing the obvious stuff, picking up the obvious fish today. Davey mentioned that Cory and Chris both most likely have a very specific 4-day plan for their participation in this tournament, right? Do all of our guys in the top 20 have a 4-day plan, or are a lot of them still trying to finish up their practice today since they didn't have the perfect conditions for practice?
I think it'll be all over the board. I mean, the reason you're seeing that with the Johnsons is because they've just had so many opportunities here, not just on the Elite Series, but at the FLW stuff they fished over the years, at the Canadian Open, and all the big level events that they've competed on here. They know they have to manage fish. They know, when they've gone wrong here, if you look through their finishes, when things have gone wrong, they've also been so close to being right. I mean, you look at all the things that have gone wrong, and they're still inside the top 10 or just outside of it. So they know that there's certain things they got to do to get through this event. And I'm sure other anglers make multi-day plans like that. But I think what you see is you just see that happening more on that intimate fishery, that fishery that an angler has had multiple shots at. And Cory Johnston knows every single time he comes here, his advantage gets a little less, and he's got to do everything to make it all work out. And I would say day one has gone according to plan absolutely well.
Yes or no? This is the best weather we've ever had for a single day of fishing with the Elite Series?
Oh, as far as I'm concerned, yes.
Okay.
Yes, beautiful. Always the best until the next one. And I also tell every single local of every venue we go to, this is my favorite crowd. It's better than it. No, they're all beautiful. It's the Elite Series. I love them all. I'm actually just hoping to get on one of these ridiculously loud gurgling boats here before the weekend's done, guys, and work on the hairline a little.
Absolutely. I hope it happens for you, Dave. Good stuff. Dave Mercer will be presiding over the weigh-in coming up at 3 Eastern Time. That's when it starts. Not that far away, but plenty of time to get something done if you're not exactly where you want to be at this point. Brandon Palaniuk's probably pretty close to where he wants to be at this point, I would imagine.
Boy, he's got to be. Things have really been rolling in his direction all season, but especially with a new child. And
She got to see
leading
her
angler of
first
the year.
takeoff, Cora Palaniuk.
I asked Brandon last night, did she know how to tie a FG knot yet? He said, no, neither does her dad.
Showing up to a good place right as we speak. Hopefully they are around.
I don't think
A lot
Palaniuk's
of the
a
fish
snell
I'm seeing
knot
are
guy either.
really
She'll never
tough
learn
to
that either.
catch today.
Snail's pretty easy to learn if you want to learn it, though. You got to believe in the snail, but the FG, I think everyone believes in. A lot of people are like me and Brandon, just too lazy to learn.
Ran out here and there were
time is money.
0 bass boats. Like the fish had never even seen a boat. Not quite the case anymore. A little wiser. There is a pile of them right there, though.
Ronnie, you did nail it. When you see Chris or Cory grab midway of the rod and just bear down, it's only a 3.5 pounder. They don't have time for it.
I'm gonna fish like right over this way. So you might have to shoot the wrong direction.
Oh, that feels big. Stay on there. Oh, stay on there.
On the other hand, Brandon.
Saw him on live. Oh, yeah, it was a
He's
big
got
head
a big
shakes.
one.
Got his attention.
Yes, it did.
Stay on there. No, don't jump. Don't jump, don't jump. Oh my gosh, those are head shakes. That's a big one. Gosh, I'm like right on top of the spot. Not where I want to be. Just land this one first, then we'll worry about it. Oh, no. Don't jump. That looks big. That looked big. I didn't get a great look at it, but it looks big. Like it might be a 5 or 6er. Come on. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. Easy. Come on. Oh, my heart is pounding. Come on. I don't want to rush it, but I don't want to let her just keep ripping a bigger hole in her mouth. Easy. Here's my leader. Come on. Oh, get out of there, Grass. Here's my leader. Come on. Come here. Yes! That'll help. Look at that.
Wow, what a beautiful fish.
Yes! Popped right out. That'll help for sure. It's gotta be almost 4.5. It's not almost a 6 like I thought, but you definitely get rid of that 3.5 pounder. No, yeah, it's 4.5 pounder. 4.5. Let's see. Where's number 1? Where is the green? Where is the green tag, huh?
let's just put you in there because I know you're staying. You feel like him. It's not a bad one to get rid of, though, huh? That's pretty good. It's crazy that that's what we're getting rid of, I guess. But he's not even a 4-pounder. He just looks like he's big. Okay. Definitely got over 23 now. It's my small one, a 4 1/4. Huh? 4 1/4?
That one's 4.5.
Yeah. 4.5 is my smallest. Or like 445 is my smallest one. Thank you. You know where this is, Kyle? This is where we started last year and couldn't catch them. And then Taku came out here final day and he says, oh, go to Brandon Rock, 105-pounder. Right here. Wind down right here. Yeah. I mean, he coined it smallmouth Disneyland. So, oh yeah. I was here, he was up there, couldn't catch him, and then the final day, I asked him, I said, oh, did you catch him on that same point we were fishing? And he said, oh yeah, go up to Brandon Rock, 105-pounder. I was like, okay, you win, Taku. Great, good job. I was pumped for him though, it was awesome. But this is where the big ones live. It's the big ones' room.
Oh. I know what that means.
I hear that music. Haven't heard that music in a while.
No, not today, have we?
Not today, and certainly not in studio. It's been a little while, but that music definitely means a Power Pole replay of the day. And Brandon Palaniuk, we've got to give it to you. Catching that big fish on where Taku Ito fished the final day last year and called it Smallmouth Disneyland. I think there's been a lot of fish there yet this year so far, but Brandon Palaniuk with a huge cull right here. That's why we have to call it a Power Pole replay today for him, because a little over a 1 pound increase in the cull, this fish right here for Brandon Palaniuk. And I know I've said this 10 times a day, but these fish are absolutely gorgeous. That is a beautiful specimen of a smallmouth bass there. And Brandon Palaniuk just culled the first fish he put in a live well this morning.
Yeah.
So he's come a long way. Does not have a fish smaller than almost 4.5 pounds.
There's your Power Pole replay of the day, Brandon Palaniuk, and he's got more to come, I'm sure. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Getting closer to the end of the day, but still plenty of fishing time left here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Here on the St. Lawrence River and the adjacent Lake Ontario. What a beautiful place, beautiful weather, everything perfect, including the availability of big fish, especially for those guys on that list right there. Our top 10, headed by Jay Shakura, Cory Johnston, Austin Felix, Eric Hudden, all in 5th place. Brandon Palaniuk. Brandon Palaniuk, who caught, had a great limit early on today. First 2.5 hours did great and really did not register another upgrade until just that fish moments ago there. So Brandon Palaniuk may be onto something. Check in with him. Why not right now? Let's get back out to Brandon Palaniuk. Let's see another one like that. Very nice. He said 4.5 pounder that he just caught.
close on the leader. Yep, there it is. There's our leader. There's our leader. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't think he's gonna help. That's a big one, but I don't think he's gonna help. Might have to beam him. That one was hooked good. My scale's not staying powered up long enough for me to know who's who. Plus, I have all the tags off of them. Oh, don't do that, buddy. I don't think so. He's like almost a 4 1/4, but he's a little too short. And not bearing that one.
Wow. Again, an example of a nice problem to have right there, and Brendan's going to deal with that for a few minutes as we get out to Micah Frazier, who's hooked up.
Even on the St. Lawrence River or Lake Ontario, when you get where your smallest fish is over 4 pounds, it's not easy to cull. It's.
And then you go through the dilemma of, do I lean on this spot and catch 10 more fish and one might cull, or do I go looking for random stuff and never catch one and upgrade, and I go back in with 22, you know, and I'm in 12th, you know, whatever it is.
Like Tommy said, it's a good problem to have, but
yeah,
even when you've got a good solid over 20-pound limit in a live well, you have decisions to make throughout the tournament.
It's kind of like when you have like 84 pounds at Falcon and don't make the final day, you know, to make 100. I don't know of anybody who's done that.
No. Crazy, isn't it?
Close. Looked like that one's going to give him a few ounces there. At least versus that one fish he weighed. Let's see what. We'll get back. Tell you whether it works out. Back to Cory Johnston. It strikes me that a spawned out smallmouth has a different look than a spawned out largemouth in some places.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so muscled up anyway from living in this current all the time. I think it.
I agree. And I think there's just so many gobies that these smallmouth have to defend their beds so much that they're eating, not having to go search. And you know, largemouth fight off shiners and bluegill and that sort of thing, son. But I think it's a whole different dilemma here when these smallmouth, I mean, they're constantly eating, just killing, fighting off gobies.
Killing.
Yeah, so when they're not hungry,
they are, you know, madmen.
Anything in nature, when you mess with mama's little ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Kill or be killed.
Well, I've chased some geese before, and the mothers turned around and chased me back. So.
Try a bear.
Alligator.
Oh, wow.
Don't tell me.
That fish, I was going to say, that fish don't have that.
Not even bringing it over the,
No.
You're not even going to look like you're coming in the boat.
I think he's a little conservative on his weight. Not even, like you say, giving that one hardly a second look. Such's trivia question earlier was interesting because crawfish are high in protein. And to think that gobies have changed this fishery that much, it's not like crawfish are iceberg lettuce or anything.
No. They have protein and calcium, lots of calcium from the shell.
That's a nice one.
It takes 5 casts. You know that. Guys could be on nothing, and we could see Micah Frazier go on a stretch in 5.
Yeah.
5
He's really,
casts.
really
starting to get it
doing a
rolling.
lot better this afternoon. That's a solid fish there.
And Derek Hudnall, with his 3rd fish over 5 pounds, has hit the 25-pound mark.
Wow.
2nd place, 3 bags on Bass Track over 25. 27 bags over 20 pounds.
Wow.
And we're missing 15 guys with no Bass Track signal at
So
all.
we're probably knocking on 40.
Could be, yeah, right.
Why don't we just do 47? You got to make the cut. You got to have 20 pounds.
20 pounds.
Okay, deal.
Okay.
How many 25-pound bags? How many bags over
This
our
week?
pace for 100? No, today.
Just
we
today?
got 3 right now on Bass Track.
That's an
and
easier
Felix
one than
is
saying the week.
Austin Felix is 4th with 3 ounces away from 25.
So Hudnall might be one that I think could potentially be greenfish.
He's had a really good success and also like misfortune with smallmouth here. He's always been around big ones, but like one year he fell in because like the fish got out of his hand and he reached for it and went over the side of the boat in the water. And I would expect him, knowing that he has to catch them in the next 3 events. I don't think you can lay up with largemouth and feel like you did your best here, you know. I did see Greg Hackney with a bowfin, so I knew he wasn't fishing for smallmouth in practice for a day, but that was also different conditions.
You saw the occasional largemouth on anglers' social media this week.
Oh, yeah.
Leading up to it, some nice ones.
Whether they were from here or not.
Yeah. Yeah, those could have been curveball largemouth.
Oh.
Such wouldn't know. I mean, he is just honest as they come, so he would never deceive.
I would never think of some guy would be faking.
Good night.
I caught a largemouth up at the St. Lawrence.
Stop it.
When they're that close on a balance beam, you just need to move on.
This one's the prettiest?
Yeah. You have to look at them 4 times on a balance beam. They're not worth your time to try to decide which one is a 1/4 ounce.
And Davey, I asked Zona this question. He said, no idea. You catch one that's been in your live well, you catch a new one that balances with one that's been in your live well for 3 hours. Like you said, spitting up crawdad claws or whatever. Wouldn't you keep the one that's been there? Because the one that you just brought in may start spitting up and lose a little bit of weight. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah, I mean,
what would you do?
That makes sense. I never thought that much into it because the one you just caught might not have anything in his stomach to spit up, and the one that's been in there a while might be about to spit up another crawfish. I mean, I don't know.
Here or there.
I understand what you're saying, but
Or one who's been in there since 8 a.m. and it's noon. Let him go and have a fresh one in there that's good for the next 3
less
hours.
likely to
yeah.
go.
Yeah. Anything else happens?
Cost you 4 ounces. Yeah. A lot of different ways to look at it.
Oh. You need to have a 3.5 you can't call.
Oh. Swear. Jeez.
Tommy, one great thing that they did do, Wednesday was the off day for the anglers, no practice day.
Right.
And if you were a rookie on the Elite Series, you had to have a mandatory fizzing class with Barb Elliott, the New York conservation director, with Gene Gillian. You know, so everyone knows how to fizz fish properly, and even people who've been on the Elites can be there to witness it if you haven't necessarily done it. But it's a good practice that just teaching our generation that'll teach the next generation to take care of what a gem of a body of water.
Gene and Barb had been providing that class for a couple of years, and maybe he had been thinking it.
Okay.
But I mentioned to Gene, I said, we just need to make this mandatory, because we're so conscious as a fisherman. I was fishing at the time. You're so conscientious of your time. I need to be rigging. I need to be practicing a little longer. You really don't want to take that time but you should have to take that time and learn the proper way, because it's just so important. And now you see all of the guys, and I think it's because Barb has done so much, and Gene, educating these anglers on how to fizz and not be afraid of harming the fish more than you're helping them.
Yeah.
Buddy Gross with the 5-pounders, our 28th angler, over 20 pounds for the day. Yeah, 20 pounds, 8 ounces, 19th place tie with Justin Atkins.
We said it last event, but I think Tommy and I talked about it with Zona that I think Justin Atkins had to get, at minimum, 4 top 10s in a row to really improve his AOY race this year, to make up for last year and get his average where he needs to get. And he did his job at Pickwick, his home lake, and was a top 10. And he come in here where he got second last year, needed another good one. And like we said, it's slow start, and he's gotten off.
So will it take 4 top 10s in a row? I'm sure you've done the math.
It's one of those things where
it all depends on how other people do.
Yes, exactly. 4 top 10s. That'll get you in the parking lot, and you'd love to be, you'll like to see where the chips go from there. You know what I'm saying?
Did you
That's
see
a tall
Derek?
order, though.
For sure.
I don't care who you are.
No, but if he does 3 of them and he gets a top 20 in the 4th one, like he's done great in lacrosse. I don't know if he's ever been to Oahe, but his style would set up just fine there too.
And you were saying he would, at one point today, he had run farther than anyone else?
Yeah, definitely. Well, farther into the lake. We do have a gentleman who loves to fish for shallow smallmouth at the St. Lawrence, who went all the way to where we basically past where we take off normally. So, always, I guess, been the beneficiary of a short run, and is having to do the long run this time to stay in his area. So, I will say mileage-wise, probably not the longest because of that run, but time-wise, possibly.
Yeah. Well, 1 hour left of fishing time for the first flight guys, at any rate, here among the 90 fishing on day 1. And of course, they will report to Clayton, New York, and the Antique Boat Museum. That's headquarters for the weigh-in, which starts at 3 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Bassmaster.com. The man of the Yeti hot seat right now would be Jay Shakura, the man on top. Everyone will be gunning for him, unless something changes in the next hour, or the next hour and a half, or the next 2 hours, which it most certainly can. We do know that the weigh-in starts at 3, though, so make a note of that. You'll definitely want to check that out and see just how many 20-pound plus we get on day 1.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Into the last hour of fishing for many of our anglers, those in the first flight. Weigh-in coming up, we remind you, at 3 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Bassmaster.com. We've seen some incredible, probably 3 or 4 of the best fish catches for overview, the Humminbird bird's eye view, and also just the clarity of the water. The shots from the boat have just together made some of the most just startlingly good fish catches we have seen. And this Humminbird bird's eye view is just capturing this place. This is a massive amount of water moving through here. It starts out the westernmost point, Duluth, Minnesota, and Lake Superior. It goes to Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and out Ontario, and about 2,000 miles till it gets to the Atlantic Ocean, and it's just spectacular all the way through. Nothing like it in the world.
It's not, and I've fished up there a long time. We've had a lot of Bassmaster events up there through the years, but now with the drone footage and the Humminbird bird's eye view, being able to see it from above on a beautiful day like today, it's absolutely stunning.
Perfect weather for it, too. We've had a perfect storm of great images today. we can do that on some more days here. 4 days of fishing. Let's get out to Taku Ito, our defending champion.
I think this is the 5th most visited destination on the Bassmaster history, even though we didn't do an Elite Series visit for 7 years. You know, from 06 to 12, we never did one here.
Yeah.
Started in 13 for the Elite Series, but overall, 5th most visited playing field.
No, small one.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh.
Sorry. Thank you.
I hope we get to talk to Taku a little more about his secret white powder.
Yeah.
Fish attracted.
Do you ever remember anything like that coming along? I'd like to know the origins of that.
Oh, pray.
And if you just apply one time a day in the mornings, or we've got a lot to learn on the white.
Yeah,
Did he call it dust or powder?
Oh, you're treading lightly now.
He called it juice yesterday on the phone was the first thing, and then he told me it was a powder, and I'm like, so it's a juice powder or a powder juice?
I have to say this
Could be
is
like Tang.
Yeah.
Turns into a juice, which is
Agent Orange over here.
You get it wet. Hey, we got our 6-pounder, Ed Loughran, up to 21 pounds at 6'5".
Oh, wow.
He's also got a 5'7" in there, but he's got a couple 2-pounders.
And I'll say, Davey, you were right. Derek Hudnall's 5th fish was a largemouth, but he does have 4 smallmouth as well.
I just thought with that heavy stringer, a Louisiana boy would have to have one green one in there.
Well, Taku Ito became the 2nd international angler in a row to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event last season, the 2021 Bassmaster Elite St. Lawrence River. This is, well, let this serve as our marathon peak performance for today. The final day was the whole story.
Yeah, it was certainly a peak performance by Taku on the final day. He came back from, how far back, Ronnie?
I think he was 7th,
7th, 8th, something like that. He wasn't 10th, but he
Number
was
5.
Not 2nd or 3rd place in
26 pounds even.
26 pounds even for Taku. He had a phenomenal day. Came in, he had that, and the wind was blowing a little later in the day here. He came in off, a good 30, 45 minutes early, not having any idea he had won it, but knew he had moved up in the standings, and just a phenomenal day on the water. So fun to watch him hold that blue trophy over his hand. Took a little help because he said he had no power in his arms. But it was absolutely incredible. And what a day. Marathon peak performance by Taku Ito.
And what's impressive, Tommy and Davey, is that in 2020, his first year on the Elite Series, he had no smallmouth tournament experience and went and did 3 top 10s in a row. I think it was Champlain, St. Lawrence, and St. Clair. And then he knocks out a win in 2021 on smallmouth, and now he's just a guru. So, like, it's incredible the learning curve that he cut in half.
Yeah, he's a no-brainer, fantasy pick. Grappling fantasy fishing here is
for
like,
dorks like me.
Here we go. Dave had to help him.
Yeah. Oh, that's a heavy trophy.
There were some great anglers he was up against on that final day, but we spent most of our time covering him because he just would not quit catching.
Yeah.
It was just unbelievable.
One after the other,
Yeah.
after the other. Smallmouth Disneyland. It's a tournament certainly to remember.
Yep.
And he was overcome with emotion after his joy.
And he's got 2 more pounds than he had on day 1 last year already.
Good point.
There we go.
That's what's also crazy is you feel like you can't slip up at the St. Lawrence even one day to have a shot to win, but the chances of catching a big bagger here, like he did 26 on the final day, he had 17 pounds on day 1 and ends up catching 73 pounds over the next 3 days.
That's unbelievable.
To make it work. Another crazy thing, Brandon Palaniuk has never hit as many times and as many winners and as many times as we've been here, and we hit 90 plus pounds every time. He's never hit 90 pounds. Brandon Palaniuk hasn't. In his win, he had 88 and change, but he had a 2-pound penalty. He would have broke 90 there.
Oh yeah, I forgot
But
about
all the
that.
other events where he's been, top 5, top 10, it's in the heavy 70s or low 80s range, and very interesting.
I feel like every time they come to us, we're doing something different. We went back up shallow. Just kind of using it this afternoon to learn a little bit, try to find a big one. Use it as a little bit of a practice. I don't feel like we'll be leading today, but I feel like we won't be out of it. Oh. Someone just followed us right there. Cannot see where he went.
Chad Pipkins with a 5-pounder puts him over 20 pounds in 25th place, our 31st angler with 20 pounds or more.
Wow. There's still a lot of time to fish for those guys in the last flight.
Oh yeah.
I think we did it during the commercial break. Sometimes live and commercial breaks run together, but we did the 20-pound bags during the last commercial break, and you said 40.
2.
No, you said 40. Tommy said 41.
I said 40, yeah.
And then Such said 42, and I said 43. So we locked it in.
Oh,
but
you went high. Oh,
I went
okay.
43, and then you guys priced us right at Davey, and you priced
And you
right
priced me,
Tommy.
okay.
Yeah.
So unfair.
Yeah.
It's going to be the cut. It's going to be 47.
Yeah, probably.
They still got 2 hours, some of them?
It probably is.
Slap in the water much either.
I know I'm in trouble with 40. Isn't that something?
Yeah, that's.
I know I'm definitely on the low side.
How many 25-pound bags, though, is the question, Ronnie? Got 3 on Bass Track.
I think there's 4.
And Austin Felix is 24-13.
The weight is stuck. You can see a fish.
There's a bunch down there.
Can you remember if we've had a strictly smallmouth limit up here bigger than 2712? We had a 2712 smallmouth limit in 2018 here. And it was only behind, I think, Chuck Economo's Pickwick smallmouth bag of 28 and change of strictly smallmouth on the Elite Series, or on the Bassmaster event. 2712. I'm wondering if we. It's hard, but Jay Shakir, he's a pound. If he's 3 ounces off of every single fish, that's a pound and a half or so.
Well, that'd be incredible.
And that would be 27 3/4.
Break that record. wind's not even really blowing hard, but you can see looking at Taku's boat there, it has definitely changed in the last 15 minutes where he's at. Just another thought going through your head now, do I need to allow extra time to run back? I didn't think so 15 minutes ago. So that's a northeast wind, I'm thinking, by where I see these anglers?
Yeah, that was supposed to be till the end of the day tomorrow. It'd be mostly northeast.
Seems like it's got more east in it now than maybe this morning. Of course, it wasn't blowing hardly at all this morning. But
pull a trusty wind finder and see. It's literally a southwest and a northeast that hit in Kingston right at the mouth.
Oh, wow.
So it's, if you're on the lake, it's coming from one way, and I'm going to go with it. Nope, you're going to go into it as soon as you get into the river. Wow.
Well, this is our VMC On Point, an afternoon surge is a good way to describe what Derek Hudnall has put together out here today.
it certainly is. You look there at 1:04 p.m., a 5.8, a 5.6 at 1:10, only 6 minutes later, and then at 1:53, a largemouth bass weighing approximately 5 pounds and 2 ounces. That's the way to get the afternoon going there, Derek Hudnall, for the VMC On Point.
I wonder how many guys, Davey, have over 25 pounds in the live well right now, and they're like, I can't wait to be the day one leader.
Yes,
and they're not. They end up coming in like, man, what does it take for me to get the grip and grin of the leader spot?
Well, Brandon Palaniuk had a little more of a, experienced outlook on that. He said, at 25, and I'm probably not going to be in the lead, but
Right.
I might be okay, which is, that's the statement of a guy who's been there.
Yeah.
Who's been around for 12 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We are going to be around for a good bit more today. There is fishing on the way. More of it coming from the St. Lawrence when we return.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Before we wrap up the show here on day one at the St. Lawrence River, wanted to get another Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing hit in for you guys today and kind of look at evaluating how these first day picks, because we know the St. Lawrence River can go up and down. I already went through who my picks were for Rapala 5-man team and also Mercury Drain the Lake. So I wanted to go to the Rodfather. I think Rodfather 99, the best pick team so far today after day one. These, if you're new to fantasy fishing, you can actually watch it update live. You can watch your team and their progress. Having Cory Johnston, Jay Shakir, Micah Frazier, Austin Felix, and Alex Redwine on his team. No one outside the top 17. That's the best pick percentage so far, 1,399 points. So the Rodfather 99 in the top spot right now. And honestly, went out on a limb a couple times. We talked about maybe the chalk teams, the guys who had Taku Ito at 41%. You had Chris Johnston at around 40% for there. Austin Felix in the 30s right there. And then also Paul Mueller was the chalk pick in the final bucket at 23%. And bucket C, Seth Feider was over 50%. So there's a lot of chalk people you could go with, but a couple low percentage guys are doing the best for him, and rookies, albeit Jay Shakir and Alex Redwine. So we'll keep an eye on the leaderboard as we see a bunch of 20-pound bags. I'm not saying his team's not safe, but man, that many guys, over 40 probably, are going to have 20 pounds. Anyone's in the game to flip the script tomorrow. So for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, I'll say, hey, the Rodfather 99 in a good position going into day two so far with this team. Much better than mine, but I've got a couple guys who haven't reported yet, so we'll see how that fares.
It's kind of the unknown factor is our,
Yeah.
yet still, I
Yeah.
mean, our guys who have not had a marshal with them today or been unable to report.
You know, we can't always have every single piece of info as we're watching Pat Schlopper and on bonus coverage along with Taku Ito. We can't have everything out there. No. Dave Mercer would have nothing to surprise people.
It started out pretty good. I mean, the first, I don't know, I suppose hour and a half, 2 hours, I had a pretty good bag. And then I just caught a big one here a little bit ago. I got all pretty good ones now. I got one 4-pounder I'd like to get rid of with another 5, and then, I mean, it's still a good day. I don't even know what I got for weight. It's got to be 23 pounds maybe. I don't know. Good. But I'm kind of in exploration mode now, just looking at new spots. Trying to find some for tomorrow. But it was good, better than I expected. I didn't have a very good practice. I didn't really know what I had found here. I didn't know if the quality was here, but it is apparently. And there's not what have we seen? A couple tournament boats all day, and they haven't been out here. So.
Pat is not strictly a northern phenomenon. Look at this run he had in the middle of the season. 10th place at Santee Cooper, followed by 18 at Chickamauga, 18 at Lake Fork. That is a pretty versatile guy.
And I think he started off the year in the top 5 going into, I don't think he made the final day cut. Maybe he was in the top 20 at the Harris chain. Right. But he had big bass. What was it? A 10-pounder?
That's right, yeah.
At Chickamauga and a 9-12 at Santee. Yeah.
Yes.
Very rarely do you see guys catch multiple big bass of the tournament in a season, and he caught them back-to-back tournaments after stringing together a great Florida event.
Okay, let's go.
That was one of those guys that fished at Popka, right? Am I right? At Harris chain? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then he also made an adjustment.
Yeah,
because,
didn't. He fished there
yeah.
and then he didn't fish there. Yeah.
One of the few anglers, surprising to me, at Santee Cooper that fished
Also
Lake
caught a
Moultrie,
nice
the
draw.
lower lake.
That's right. That's right.
So he just kind of does his own thing. So he's not fishing around any other anglers today, he said.
Brandon Palaniuk's been around lots of anglers today, but it hasn't adversely affected him too much. He will get in the crowd
from now.
I mean,
yes, he will.
Huh?
And talk to everyone around him.
Cruising shallow.
Yeah,
Found
he's
a
a
few
good politician.
shallow ones.
He's got it all.
None that stopped my heart, though. That's what we're trying to find. We're trying to find those really big ones, heart stoppers. They're around somewhere. Should get in the right zone. Start running back though here in a little bit. Check a few other areas.
See there on the right, Micah Frazier just very quietly.
Yeah.
17th place.
Had a slow start to his day.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with him. 17 to start the tournament.
That's how good the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario are. You could have a terrible practice and text me and say, I don't, if you want to move a camera out of my boat, I understand I'm not on anything. and you can have over 20 pounds and not even be like the bottom of the 20-pound list, be right in smack dab in the middle of the 20-pound group.
Maybe he just brought his A game because he knew he was going to have a camera in his boat. Maybe it helped him be all he could be today.
Yeah, that's right. Mike has had 8 top 10s in Bassmaster competition.
Two anglers there that we've had cameras on that have been in the river all day long.
Does the current ever slow down
on
that river?
No, I've never seen it slow down.
There's never slack time on the St.
And
Lawrence,
it's
right?
really amazing as long as I have fished and as many days as I've spent out on the river. We actually, I mentioned about Dave Mercer loves to snorkel and film under the water, and so this first time I actually swam in the river some and did a little snorkeling and swimming. It's incredible when you get in that current how much you think it's moving when you're on your trolling motor.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could drown so easy in that river.
Oh, I bet.
Get away from your boat. I mean, fall in and in 3 seconds you're away from your boat and you're not going to get back to it. I mean, it's when you and it's tiring just to try to tread water. I mean, it's just really incredible. I've never swam in a river that it felt so taxing. You know, I've been in tail races and stuff like that for short periods of time, but there's 100 miles there. If you jump in, you better be ready to go somewhere.
Yeah. You better have plan B.
Call your families home to pick you up in Messina. When you hit the Moses Saunders power.
And probably, from time ice breaks until it freezes over again, probably half of that time you die of hypothermia. I mean, right now the water's 69, 70 degrees, and it's mid-July.
Yeah,
you wouldn't last long in it.
Yeah, in no time.
I was amazed looking at the water levels. Lake Ontario can be like 7 feet higher than downriver St. Lawrence near Waddington. 7 feet higher. And it's just this big bathtub that funnels and shoots through there.
What's also crazy is we've been here and seen guys walking around and wading around fishing from the bank or playing. Remember we saw someone in the river swim to the other side and then come back across or something. Like, I think they swam to an island and came back.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's still hard to, you have to swim like way up or way down from where you did. But to see people walking around as well in the water, like with zebra mussels, and you'll slice your foot open if you're not wearing flippers, or it's a beautiful place, but it's a place that you should respect, whether you're fishing, swimming, just boating, whatever you're doing. I mean, it's a different world. The Mississippi River, to me, is the same way. I mean, you grow up learning and reading about, but when you look at your depth finder, it's 50 feet deep, and the water's, going that fast, it's like a different animal, When it's 4 feet deep and going fast, that's one thing, but when it's 50 feet deep and a mile wide, and it's
when you go around a corner, there's a 7-foot barge wave heading for you. That'll make you pause a little bit.
It's a bucket list place, so if you've never been, the St. Lawrence River in the summer.
Checking on Taku Ito.
No, small one.
Unofficially needs about an 8-ounce upgrade. Get himself in the 20-pound club.
Big one. No. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Talk about this more in the next few days, but Taku, you see 5, 6 graphs on his boat there. Talked to him quite a bit yesterday about the fish sensing those, and he turns a lot of them off now.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. When he gets in the air, he gets around fish.
He can tell it has an effect on him.
Yeah.
Jay Shakura still hanging on to that lead now. He's been sitting there for a couple of hours now. Actually, 2.5 hours. Derek Hudnall, the only Southern guy to bust into the top 5. Derek Hudnall of Louisiana, Austin Felix, Brandon Palaniuk, Cory Johnston having a strong start to his tournament here. Man to look out for sure. Matt Robertson moving up, boiling up just below the top 10. Bob Downey, Mike Iaconelli, and Clark Winlet, and all the rest. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Hi, Chris Johnson here. It's the St. Lawrence River. It's got giant fish. People are going to catch them. And out here, it's no secret, it's going to be a drop shot a lot. And I actually have a new bait that I won a big tournament out here last year on. And it's the Spro CJ Smasher. And you're going to see me throwing it a bunch tomorrow. That's going to be on my drop shot. And then I might change it up with a tube if they're getting finicky. And I can't go to the St. Lawrence without a hair jig. So I'm going to have some fun tomorrow, that's for sure. And it's going to be interesting to see the weights because, like I said, the fish are very scattered. I really thought coming into this tournament I'd have a legitimate chance at 100 pounds. And to be honest, I was kind of a little disappointed after practice. They're not grouped up yet. It's going to be a little tougher than normal, but like I said, someone's going to catch them, and we'll see what happens.
It's been tough, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's been hard to watch today.
Chris Johnson from Peterborough, Ontario, joined the Bassmaster Elite Series in 2019, and he has been an impact guy since coming out here for sure.
He really has. I'll never forget the first event. They were at St. John's River and let the whole world know they're just not, Great Lake smallmouth fishermen. They certainly got it done in that event, catching largemouth bass, flipping reeds and grass with the best of the Florida anglers.
Sure.
I'll never forget the final day in 2020 when he won the event. He had been top 2 every single day of competition, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like 2019, he led 3 days, lost to Micah and got second. 2020 comes around. He's like second place behind Paul Mueller every single day until the final day, and he won. But I just remember him putting the trolling motor down and like rodeo cowboy for just like 2 minutes, and he says, "Forgot my butt seat in the truck," and he didn't have his seat with him that whole day and was still able to catch 20-something plus pounds to win that event.
Remember, he got our cameraman seasick riding out there.
There were quite a few of them.
Oh,
that
yeah.
day.
This
could be a good one. Also remember it being year of the COVID, all the restrictions, and he and Cory having so many friends and family just right across the river there that could not come to the weigh-in.
Because they couldn't get back in. Yeah.
How about a Phoenix Boats big bass? Kobe Krieger, 6'8". He's over 26 pounds today, second place.
Wow. 6'8" post spawner too. Wow.
Oof. Sure, post spawn.
Read their body language. You can tell Chris thinks this fish will help him.
This might be a fiber. Come on, buddy.
Boy, that's a soft fish. I know we've said it 40 times today, but that is a good-looking fish there.
Need this one. Come on. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah. Waited all day for that one. Holy. That's a tank. Whew. Salvage a day a little bit on that bad boy. That's a big one. Whew. Let's do a quick call. I saw a couple more. Some color clubs. Where they went?
He gets ready to find the candidate for release there. We'll take a quick look back in time to that year we were just talking about, 2020, when he became the first Canadian to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were pulling for Cory Johnston there just because he had been in second for all but about 1 or 2 days of the two events that we saw him fish on Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence River, and unfortunately the days that he led were not the final days, but we were all happy to see Cory Johnston be the first international angler to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series there on Lake Ontario. Unfortunately, a lot of his friends and family did not get to see him hold that trophy over his head because it was 2020 when we had so many restrictions. But
hey, it's something to fight for in future years. If they got to see him win it so quick, you know, they wouldn't be, they'd be bored with him.
Right.
But now they're,
right.
you know,
they get jaded.
Remember, Cory won, has a great chance to do it this week.
Cory Johnston, we may recall, was the runner-up, Progressive Angler of the Year last year as well. So 21 wasn't all that bad.
Wow, sure wasn't. And with the Rapala fantasy picks, me and 1,000 other people, I'm sure, came real close to picking Chris. I mean, he's got just as good a chance, but I just felt
he was
like
double the percentage of Cory.
Really?
That's why I took Cory, was because he was at 40, Cory was at 20, and Palaniuk was at 28. I'm like, I can't. That's a bargain getting Cory, so that's why I don't think they're doubting Chris. I think Chris has proven over and over again, and people are like, I'm going to definitely hitch my wagon to that, you know. But go ahead with what you're saying.
I'm just saying, you know, to your point, too, he's definitely proven that he could win just as easily here this week as his brother.
Let's say black's bigger.
And to his credit, you talked about this a little earlier. Last year, when it looked like Cory had the best chance, he sort of bowed out and went and did some other things. So They are very competitive with one another, but then when it gets right down to it, if one doesn't think they can win, they do what they can to help their brother.
True, but I would be over and over. How many times am I going to give way to you and you not close the door? You give way to me this time.
I'm sure they have those discussions too. In fact,
I'm going
I've
for
heard
it.
a few of them.
His last three events have all been in the top 20. He came in here 12th place in Progressive Angler of the Year points now in 2022.
That last fish was a big call. He mentioned been waiting all day for that bite. That's catch those that fish look like maybe 5.5 pounds. Definitely over 5 1/4.
Close to a 2-pound cull then, so
Yeah.
it should get him near our top 10 maybe with about 22 pounds.
I don't even know. Big.
He probably did not want to start 27th today on day 1.
5.5.
Taku dealing with a little braid and wind. One little flip, it'll get you a wind knot.
Looked at the map a little while ago, and Jay Shakurat is back in Clayton already. Or has been.
Smart move, especially if he's 3 o'clock away in.
I was just about to be a smart aleck and be like, well, it's really smart because he's due back in 2.5 minutes. But I'm going to check that real quick to see where he is in the. He's second flight, so he's doing, or he's a third flight, sorry, doing it 4.
Okay.
So he came back an hour early. Yeah. But you can weigh in. I think the scales open up around 90 minutes before first flight checks in, so he could be ready to go with the first flight of guys. Even if they hold him at the tanks, maybe to put midway of weigh in, or he's not the first guy to weigh in. If they hold him a little bit, he can go and get his fish checked, 5 fish, 5 alive, and then just wait at the tanks in the aerated tanks until they, it's his time to go up, even if he's not with his flight.
Okay, let's go.
Taku's English is really progressed.
Yeah,
You can definitely understand. Okay, let's go. I've heard him say that 4 or 5 times a day.
He kind of sounded like somebody from Texarkana right there.
Okay, let's go.
Taku is 4 o'clock check-in. Brandon Palaniuk, 4:30.
Start making our way back down that way. I'm gonna take a leak.
Johnston's are 3:30 and 4 o'clock check-ins. And then Mike Huff is also a 4 o'clock.
Good camera.
Along with Micah Frazier.
No time like the present to take a look at our unofficial scores. Unofficial weights. Toby Krieger, Jay Shakurat, both over 26 pounds unofficially. Derek Hudnall right behind him. Tied, in fact, with Cory Johnston unofficially. We saw Chris Johnston make a big move.
Yes.
Might get him up into the top. Is he going to get in the top 10, Such, or no? Chris Johnston?
Maybe real close.
Okay. All right. See Clark Wendler hanging in there in the top 20 for most of the day. Kenta Kimura did well as expected here on day number 1. Justin Atkins grinding out 20 pounds. Ditto Luke Palmer and Jeff
somewhat cannibalizing one another. We'll see tomorrow if that starts taking place. Day one, it's all good. A lot of these areas can take several anglers on them, but it'll be interesting tomorrow if we don't see the pressure of more anglers than normal being out on the lake fishing around one another.
You see weights going up or going down tomorrow?
I think they'll hold their own, but I think you might see some changes. You know, some guys that had the 17 to 19 that catch 20 tomorrow, and vice versa. Gosh, it's really sad to have. You see about 60 a place there with 16 pounds. That's not a bad string of smallmouth. Unless you're on the Bassmaster Elites on the St. Lawrence River.
Didn't get invited to the 20-pound party.
That's right. Or maybe you did and didn't get the invitation in the mail.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Late.
Return to sender.
What a beautiful place. Absolutely striking. Some of the best fish catching photography we have ever seen on Bassmaster Live today.
Hard to imagine that we could ever top a day one. Just nonchalantly watching big fish all day long. You're never going to top that, but day 2, day 3, day 4, I can't wait to
You don't know, yeah. Always something great around the corner here in this place.
And if you missed it this morning, some of the shots of Brandon Palaniuk with a 4.5-pounder on and 3 or 4 fish swimming around it as the fight was going on was incredible.
Yeah, we'll have to take another look at that tomorrow. I'm sure we will, because it was really remarkable.
I like it.
Don't forget the weigh-in coming up, starting immediately after. We wrap it up here just seconds away, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Mercer will be hosting that, and we'll see you tomorrow right here, 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
Hey, a little bit on that bad boy.